Chapter 763. The old man, who was called the Watcher, had a cold expression on his face. He was like a spectator, quietly observing everything. After the tavern owner spoke, he turned to look at the tavern owner and said, "This is the authority of the guardian of the passage." Hearing this, the tavern owner raised his eyebrows and said loudly, "Authority? What bullsh *t authority?" If they entered the first grade ancient road, the three of them still had a chance to survive. But if they enter the strongest ancient road, they have no chance at all. This is obviously sending them to their deaths. Sending a few talented little guys to their deaths. Do you know that? The old man looked at the tavern owner, then looked at Zi Chen's group and said calmly, "Entering the passageway to the starting ground is also sending them to their deaths." Two of the three agreed. 3-2. Zi Chen's group entered the strongest ancient road without any suspense. Zi Chen's heart sank to the bottom. He didn't dare to refute. His impulsive actions today had harmed the monk and the demonic ape. He didn't want to harm Lin Shui and Su Mengyao, who might enter here in the future. The surrounding cultivators all had a gloating expression on their faces. Entering the first grade ancient road was already bad enough. Who would have thought that they would enter the strongest ancient road? This was great. Looking at the tavern owner's attitude, they knew that they would die without a doubt. Sophie raised her head and looked at the portal in the air. The portal was emitting light, which was where the passageway was located. But in the next moment, Sophie's hands began to form seals. As the complicated seals fell, an even more terrifying aura circulated in the portal. As the seals fell, the portal expanded. A terrifying and tyrannical aura actually rushed out from the portal. Along with this terrifying aura, there was also a maniacal laughter. "Ha ha! Someone has opened the ancient path of the strongest. Excellent! It's been a long time since I've tasted delicious meat. Little fellow, hurry up and come in." Along with this crazy voice, there was a powerful spiritual sense. This spiritual sense passed through the portal and swept across everyone in the square. Suddenly, a sense of danger rose in everyone's heart. Except for the three powerhouses, everyone's expression changed after sensing this aura. This included those who Zi Chen was extremely afraid of and didn't snatch it. Of course, this also included Zi Chen's group. Hee. Looks like death is truly the only outcome. Many of the cultivators there scoffed inwardly. "Which one of you is going in?" Sophie looked down at Zi Chen and the other two with a cold smile. "Who's here? Didn't a group come? Come on in, all of you. It's been a long time since I've eaten meat, especially delicious human meat." The cruel voice from before sounded from the door again. "I'll do it." The voices of the devil ape and the monk rang out in the next moment. However, just as the two of them took a step forward, Zi Chen had already turned into a beam of light and rushed into the sky. "I wish you all good luck. If we have the chance to meet again in this life, we will definitely drink and chat merrily." These were the words Zi Chen said before he stepped onto the ancient path. After he finished speaking, he rushed into the passageway. "Haha, human, I will eat your arm first." Just as Zi Chen rushed into the passage, the voice from before sounded again, followed by Zi Chen's exclamation. After that, there were no more sounds coming from the door, and the terrifying aura was also receding. Everyone's expressions changed once more. Could it be that the incomparably powerful Zi Chen had died as soon as he entered? He's a loyal fellow, but he's also a short-lived fellow. Sophie smiled. A second door appeared. After this door appeared, everyone felt an extremely oppressive aura assault them. That aura made them extremely uncomfortable. Although there was no sound coming from this passageway, the dangerous aura was not the slightest bit weaker than the one Zi Chen had entered. Sophie's gaze fell on the two of them, but before she could say anything, the devil ape charged into the passageway. "So what if it's the strongest trial? I, the heaven-splitting battle ape, have always been the strongest." The devil ape's heroic voice rang out. After that, the passageway closed. Quite a few people's hearts shook when they heard the devil ape's words. A foreign race, a heaven-splitting battle ape. No wonder the black ape was so powerful. It was the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. In the Martial Heaven continent, there were many human forces that had records of the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. This bloodline was extremely powerful. When the foreign races had invaded back then, they had caused the world to tremble. Sophie's gaze fell on Tyrant. "It's your turn." Amitabha. After the third passageway opened, Tyrant chanted a Buddhist mantra and turned into a ray of golden light, charging in. Tyrant disappeared, and the door slowly closed. The terrifying aura that was not any weaker than the previous two also slowly dissipated. Now that the three powerful opponents had disappeared, everyone sighed in relief. Now it was time to test their luck. Whether it was the 2nd or 9th tier ancient road, everything depended on luck. But who would have thought that before they reached that stage, the terrifying aura from the door slowly dissipated, replaced by a slightly weaker aura. It spread out from the door, sweeping through the entire plaza. Next is the 1st tier ancient road. It's the strongest ancient road that you all spoke of before. Who wants to enter? Sophie looked down at everyone and shouted. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. What kind of joke was this? They didn't even have time to avoid this ancient road. Humph, what a bunch of trash. Those three aren't much stronger than any of you, but they dared to enter the trial road, which is even stronger than the 1st tier ancient road. Look at you, you don't even dare to enter the 1st tier ancient road, Sophie sneered. If Zi Chen's group of three were to hear this, they would definitely cry. Everyone knew what was going on, so they weren't provoked. Only a few people's expressions changed. They believed that if Zi Chen's group of three had a choice, they wouldn't even enter the 1st tier ancient road. They would only rely on luck to enter the 2nd to 9th tier ancient road. As expected, you really are a bunch of trash. You don't even dare to enter the 1st tier ancient road. Since you're so cowardly, I'll give you some courage. As soon as Sophie finished speaking, she quickly pointed at a man in the crowd. With this point, Sophie used her authority as the guardian of the passageway. A beam of light shot out from the 1st tier door, carrying the power of the ancient road's rules, and landed on the young man's body. Covered by this beam of light, the young man's expression changed drastically. Light surged around his body as he tried to break free from this energy beam. Not bad. Continue to use your full strength. If you can break free from the shackles of the 1st tier ancient road, then congratulations. You're qualified to enter the strongest ancient road. Sophie's voice rang out again. Under these obviously threatening words, the young man instantly stopped struggling and allowed the beam of light to bind him. Then he flew into the air and entered the 1st tier ancient road. Silence filled the area. At this moment, everyone felt like they were meat on the chopping block. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, quietly waiting to be called out. Sure enough, Sophie pointed a finger at another young man. This was a young man who often appeared in the tavern. When Zi Chen first appeared, he didn't even look at Zi Chen. In the end, he spoke up because Zi Chen was wasting wine. Covered by the light, the young man smiled bitterly. His figure flew into the air and disappeared after entering the passageway. Then, Sophie pointed a finger again. This time, it was the second person sitting alone in the tavern. If I knew this would happen, I would have kept a low profile. Covered by the light, he couldn't escape the fate of entering the 1st tier ancient road. After 3 people were selected to enter the 1st tier ancient road, many of the cultivators in the crowd changed their expressions. When you came in, I had some understanding of your strength. In order to ensure the balance of the ancient road, when your strength reaches a certain range, you must enter the 1st tier ancient road. As she spoke, Sophie pointed a finger again. A beam of light from the 1st tier ancient road fell on a dragon man. This dragon man was Long Fong. Since coming here, Long Fong had been very low-key. He had never entered the tavern, nor had he fought with anyone. But now he was targeted by Sophie. I, Long Fong, want to try the first-tier ancient road. Long Feng's eyes flashed. He ignored the exclamations of the other dragon men beside him and took the initiative to rush into the passageway. Everyone's expression became complicated. Obviously, those who were lucky enough to enter the first-tier ancient road were the true powerhouses. Those who weren't selected were also relatively weak. Sophie then selected more than 10 people, and all of them entered the first-tier ancient road. This time, close to 20 people entered the first-tier ancient road. 3 people entered the strongest ancient road, and the rest were probably people who tried their luck. Among them, people like Yao Tingfei, who had a strong expression before, were not selected. This was undoubtedly the greatest underestimation of the other party's battle strength. This made the other people's expressions very ugly. Next is the second-tier ancient road. Is there anyone willing to enter? If not, the passageway will be open for you. The door above Sophie's head changed again, and the second-tier ancient road appeared. I'll go. Yao Tingfei turned into a beam of light and rushed in. Although he didn't want to enter the first-tier ancient road, it didn't mean that he could accept the fact that he wasn't selected. Therefore, he had to enter the second-tier ancient road. Apart from Yao Tingfei, there were many powerful existences who weren't selected. They all turned into beams of light and rushed in. This time, more than 200 of the 3,000 cultivators entered the second-tier ancient road. After these 200 people, the second-tier ancient road closed. After that, the door in the sky enlarged again, occupying the entire sky. Next, you guys can go in yourselves. Sophie's voice was indifferent. Obviously, she had lost interest in these people. Without needing Sophie's instructions, everyone turned into beams of light and rushed into the passageway until the last person disappeared. After all the cultivators entered and closed the door, Sophie snorted coldly. Humph! If you enter the other ancient roads, you'll be weak even if you come out alive. You'll be suppressed by others. It's better not to enter. Everyone has their own ambitions. Sophie, why do you care about this? The tavern owner smiled, then looked at Sophie and the old man. He asked seriously, Do you two really think the 3 of them can come out alive? Chapter 764. In the ancient road of the strongest trial, Zichen was running for his life. Before coming here, he had already prepared for the worst. However, when he really stepped in, he realized that he had still underestimated this place. This was the ancient road of the strongest trial, but since it was called a trial, there should be a slim chance of survival. However, ever since Zichen entered, he had been chased. If he was not fast enough, he would have died long ago. Damn it, where is this second ancient road? Zichen roared in his heart. Although it was called an ancient road, it was more appropriate to call it a small world. This place was vast and boundless, and Zichen had not reached the end. However, this was a desolate, small world. Other than the pursuers, Zichen had not seen any living creatures. Boom! Behind him, the energy surged violently, and a burst of qi spread out through the air. A tall figure stepped out from the sky, holding a long blade that was as black as ink in his hand. The edge of the blade shone with a cold light. In the past few days, this black blade had caused quite a lot of trouble for Zichen. The tall figure held the black blade and wore a black armor. A pitch-black helmet covered his entire face, and only his emotionless eyes were exposed. In addition to the black blade in his right hand, the figure also held a black shield with super defensive power in his left hand. Seeing Zichen running away, the tall figure held the black blade tightly and slashed forward. A pitch-black blade light surged out from the tip of the blade, and with a terrifying aura it slashed toward Zichen. Ha! Zichen shouted as the danger came. The dragon soul spear appeared in his hand. After a dragon roar that shook the sky, Zi-chan waved the spear, and a thunder dragon phantom rushed toward the blade light. The two energies collided in midair, and the violent energy kept coming into contact. In an instant, the area within 1,000 meters was turned into a dark zone of destruction. Zi-chen's already pale face turned even paler after this attack. This black shadow was like an unkillable cockroach. Not only was it powerful, but the weapon in its hand was also no weaker than the dragon's soul spear. Furthermore, every time they clashed head-on, Zi-chan would suffer some injuries. On the other hand, his opponent was always able to dodge the energy shock waves with his black shield. Human die. A roar suddenly rang out from the sky. The black shadow from before rushed out from the turbulent energy with its black shield in hand. The long blade in its hand slashed directly at Zi-chen. Zi-chen quickly retreated and brandished his spear. Once again, the dragon's soul spear shot out like a lightning dragon. Its entire body glowed brilliantly as it released a powerful energy. Where the two energies came into contact, another area of destruction was formed. Because Zi-chen couldn't dodge in time, he was hit by the energy shockwave. The blood and qi in his body churned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It's useless. I can't be killed. Human, you should take the initiative to die and let me enjoy the delicious food. Speaking of which, I'm already hungry. The hideous laughter rang out again. The black shadow rushed out again with its black shield. The energy aura around its body was still the same. Not only was it not injured, but it also didn't seem to have consumed any energy. None of the humans who entered this ancient road have successfully escaped from my hands. Human, accept your fate. The black shadow rushed out and slashed again with its blade. Its attack was still as fierce and terrifying as ever. Zi-chan was helpless. After a simple clash, he could only keep dodging. He had always been the one who took the initiative in battle, but he kept dodging in the confrontation with the black shadow. When he was looking for the exit, he saw many human skeletons in the small world. The flesh on these skeletons had long disappeared. He didn't know if they had rotted or been eaten by the black shadow. However, no matter the former or the latter, it proved that this was a human cultivator who had entered the strongest ancient road. Since they dared to enter this place, their combat power was naturally strong. However, they were dead. Moreover, the existence chasing after them at an extremely fast speed indeed gave people a feeling that they were invincible. In the process of escaping, Zi-chen's consumption also increased. During this time, he didn't find the exit of the small world, but he saw more skeletons. Some of the skeletons were even glowing, and there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy in them. Obviously, this was a real powerhouse. Moreover, it hadn't been long since they died. It should be more than 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Just like before, the black shadow quickly caught up with him and continued to slash with its blade. This time, the blade light was actually 30% sharper than before. During the fierce battle, not only did the black shadow not consume any energy, but it also became stronger. This was partly because Zi-chan was getting weaker, but more because the black shadow had indeed become stronger. Human, I'm hungry. I don't want to play anymore. Let's fight to determine the winner. The black shadow's aura began to soar, becoming more violent. At the same time, a powerful spiritual thought rushed out of the black shadow's sea of consciousness. The spiritual thought was comparable to a bolt of lightning rushing toward Zi-chen. Zi-chen mobilized his spiritual thought to defend himself. With a muffled groan, Zi-chen coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He felt as if his sea of consciousness was about to explode. Unexpectedly, the black shadow's spiritual thought was also so terrifying. Zi-chen's face was already pale. Your spiritual thought is not weak. Let's see how many times you can block it. The black shadow snorted coldly. Then the powerful spiritual thought left its body again and raged toward Zi-chen like a bolt of lightning. Silver light flashed on Zi-chen's back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared. While blocking the Black Shadow's spiritual thought attack, he also took advantage of the opportunity to retreat. In the end, after withstanding the Black Shadow's spiritual thought attack 3 times, Zichen turned into a beam of light and successfully escaped again. Just as Zichen flew away, the Black Shadow's eyes flashed and it muttered, "What strong resilience! If it were any other human, they would have died long ago." This time, Zichen displayed his extreme speed and flew toward the end of the world. He was like an arrow released from a bow, moving forward in a straight line. During this time, Zichen had flown for tens of thousands of miles until the ultimate energy in abdomen was completely depleted. This time, I shouldn't be able to catch up. I have to find a way out and leave this place. Zichen took out a blood-healing pill and swallowed it. The effect of the blood-healing pill was comparable to a small treasure pill. Zichen's injuries, which were not serious, were quickly healed. At the same time, Zichen swallowed another pill to recover his injured spiritual thought. In less than a minute, Zichen's injuries were completely healed. However, the energy in his body was still in a state of emptiness. There was almost no spiritual energy in this world. It was impossible to absorb energy from the outside world to recover. In desperation, Zichen could only swallow a blood vitality pill. Just as he was considering whether to swallow an ordinary blood vitality pill or a special blood vitality pill, the void behind him vibrated again. "Brett, in my world, you can't escape." The Black Shadow's voice sounded again. Zichen's expression instantly changed. He was shocked. "How is this possible? I displayed my extreme speed, but he caught up so quickly." Just as he was crying out in alarm, the Black Shadow appeared from the horizon. As it approached, the black blade in its hand was raised high once again. "You've used up all your energy. Die." The Black Shadow swung its blade at Zichen again. Zichen could only swallow a special blood vitality pill to quickly recover his energy. After blocking the Black Shadow's attack, he looked for another opportunity to escape. The Black Shadow's attacks were extremely fierce, but Zichen was always able to find an opportunity to escape. However, after running far away, the Black Shadow was always able to catch up with him and launch a new round of attacks. Time passed as he ran and stopped. However, in this place where there was no night, Zichen couldn't accurately calculate the passage of time. Unable to sense the flow of time, Zichen could only calculate by the number of blood vitality pills he had swallowed. So far, he had swallowed 5 special blood vitality pills. This meant that Zichen had used up all his energy 5 times during the chase. How can this be? After swallowing the 6th blood vitality pill, Zichen's face was filled with confusion again. The Black Shadow's speed was obviously not as fast as his, but he was still able to catch up with him after he had left him far behind. Moreover, in this world where there was no energy, he had already consumed a lot of energy. However, the Black Shadow's energy was not only not depleted, but was instead becoming stronger. The Black Shadow's situation gave Zichen an extremely strange feeling. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Black Shadow to catch up with him again. This time, Zichen began to run as soon as he saw the strange movement on the horizon. While running, he kept thinking about the strangeness of the Black Shadow. While running, Zichen naturally saw many glowing human skeletons again. Zichen's face was filled with more and more confusion. He felt as if there was a layer of fog in his mind. He was only a little bit away from seeing through this place. Fog. Zichen was suddenly startled. Then his eyes began to shine. It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across his sea of consciousness, illuminating his sea of consciousness and dispelling all the fog. So that's how it is. As if he had been enlightened, Zichen was suddenly enlightened. He understood the reason behind all the confusion. He instantly understood all the problems before and after. After understanding everything, Zichen stopped running. Instead, he turned around and looked in the direction where the Black Shadow was coming from. Judging by the time, it should be here soon. Zichen's face was filled with confidence. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a vibration to come from the horizon. The tall black shadow once again came with a saber. Die human. When it arrived, the black shadow was still laughing wildly. It was ready to slash with its saber. However, it suddenly found that the human in front of it was very unusual this time. The human did not take out a weapon to block it, nor did he immediately run away. Instead, he quietly looked at it. A trace of confusion appeared on the face covered by the helmet. The black shadow did not immediately attack. However, this trace of confusion quickly disappeared. The black shadow sneered. What? You know that you can't escape from my grasp, so you're not running and are waiting for death? As it spoke, the black shadow approached Zichen. A terrifying aura attacked Zichen. A feeling of oppression filled the sky. Yes, I don't plan to run. Zichen smiled. Well, since you're so tactful, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. If you kill yourself, I can let your body go and not devour your flesh and blood, the black shadow said as it approached. Chapter 765. Zichen took the initiative to step forward, but the black shadow stopped. His eyes flashed, and his face under the mask kept changing. The sneer on Zichen's face became more and more intense. His whole body flashed with golden light, and his powerful breath was in a dormant state. Looking at Zichen, who was approaching, the black shadow was full of killing intent. He suddenly laughed. You want to fight with me? You are looking for death. The breath around the black shadow became more and more terrifying, like a peerless beast. His monstrous power disturbed the space around him, and the space began to distort. The power of space continued to wreak havoc. Human, today I will let you see my real combat ability. I promise, with one strike, you will die without a complete corpse. Under the monstrous breath, the black shadow was like a demon. The power of space continued to wreak havoc. This power could easily destroy a Dan Yuan master, and its breath could cause the space to tremble and distort. Obviously, the black shadow's combat ability had reached an undefeatable level. But facing the power of space, Zichen's face did not change, and he did not stop. He walked straight towards the black shadow, and the smile on his face gradually turned into a mocking one. Before, he was only guessing and could not be 100% sure about the strangeness of the black shadow. But now that the black shadow had made such a scene, Zichen was sure of his guess. He looked at the black shadow in front of him and said mockingly, "Don't you think you are making too much noise? With such power, you can even kill a human origin stage cultivator who came back from the ancient road, let alone a Dan Yuan master like me. Human, it's good that you know how powerful I am. Now you still have time to run. Once I attack, you will die without a doubt." The black shadow shouted again, and the oppressive breath around him became even stronger. Run. Why should I run? Don't you want to kill me? Come on. I will stand here and wait for you to kill me. Zichen stopped when he was dozens of meters away from the black shadow. The black shadow seemed to be surprised and did not attack immediately. Zichen's sneer became more and more intense. He said, "What? You don't dare to attack? If you don't dare to attack, then I will kill you. Human, you are courting death." The black figure gritted his teeth and shouted. He raised the black blade in his hand again and slashed down at Zichen. There was a loud explosion in the sky, as if the sky was collapsing. The sound reverberated throughout the small world. The distorted void was cut into pieces by the saber. A huge saber light descended from the sky with the power to destroy the world. As the blade slashed down, the aura around the black figure became even more tyrannical. An ear-piercing and sharp, sinister laugh came from his mouth. Zichen lifted his head to look at the Armageddon blade force. A cold smile appeared on his face. He did not use the dragon soul spear. Instead, he raised his right hand and pointed at the blade light with his middle finger. At this moment, There was not much energy surging within the middle finger. Facing such a powerful attack, Zi-Chen's action was undoubtedly courting death. However, when the black figure saw Zi-Chen's counterattack, his eyes suddenly widened. His face, which was covered by the mask, was obviously shocked. The saber light fell, and the space around Zi-Chen was shattered. A huge black hole appeared in front of Zi-Chen. It was like a big mouth of the netherworld that wanted to swallow him. The sky-high saber light above his head slashed down with a terrifying aura. In the next moment, the saber light and the black hole arrived in front of Zi-Chen at the same time. However, a strange scene occurred. When the black hole was 1 meter away from Zi-Chen, it could not move any further. The huge saber light automatically dissipated when it came into contact with Zi-Chen's finger. When it fell from the sky, the saber light's power was extremely terrifying. However, when it was dissipated by the finger, it emitted an extremely weak energy. The saber light dissipated, and the strange phenomenon between heaven and earth disappeared. The huge black hole in front of Zi-Chen also disappeared. Zi-Chen's smile grew wider, and he looked more confident. He had guessed correctly and gambled correctly. Everything was an illusion. However, facing such a real and terrifying saber attack without moving, Zi-Chen felt quite pressured. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. How can this be? My power, why is my power so weak? It's you. What kind of sorcery did you use? Seeing that his attack did not work, the black figure suddenly let out a strange cry. You're still pretending. Do you think this is fun? Zi-Chen's face was full of disdain. I don't know what you're talking about. It's you. You must have used some sorcery. The black figure kept pointing his saber at Zi-Chen, but he did not make a second attack. Your illusion is very real, but there are too many loopholes. Zi-Chen looked at the black figure in front of him and said indifferently, the ancient road to the trial has not been opened for tens of thousands of years. However, you think you're smart enough to create the corpses of cultivators who died within tens of thousands of years. This loophole is too big. The black figure stopped crying and stared at Zi-Chen. He said coldly, as expected, you saw through it. This is only your first loophole. The second loophole is that in this world without the slightest bit of heaven and earth spirit chi, your powerful attacks actually don't consume any of your energy. Furthermore, my speed far exceeds yours, but you can always find me at the right time. The black figure's eyes became colder. He snorted and said, so what if you know this is an illusion? You can only see through it, but you can't break it. How would I know if I don't try? With that, Zi-Chen turned into a ray of golden light and charged at the black figure. This was the first time he took the initiative to attack since entering the ancient beast world. Knowing that this was an illusion, Zi-Chen's attacks were much simpler. There was no surging energy around him. All the energy was dormant in his body and would only appear when he attacked. Like lightning, Zi-Chen arrived in front of the black figure and punched. Golden fist light appeared on the surface of Zi-Chen's body. All the energy and aura were restrained. Boom! The space around Zi-Chen shattered. A surging aura spread out from the black figure. At the same time, the black figure raised his saber and slashed at Zi-Chen. With one slash, the void shattered. The power of space twisted continuously. It's useless. As long as I don't release my energy, your attacks won't be able to hurt me. Every time I was knocked back, it was because I was in an illusion. I was knocked back by my own energy. Zi-Chen sneered as he punched the black shadow with his fist. Pum! The energy contained within the fist directly pierced through the blade radiance and hit the black shadow, causing a dull sound. The black shadow's terrifying aura dissipated like a bubble, and he was sent flying by Zi-Chen. I can't die here. Even if you know this is an illusion, you can't break it. Don't even think about leaving. The black figure was sent flying. There were no injuries on his body. He looked at Zichen with eyes full of hatred. In this world, there is no one who can't die. Zichen smiled coldly. He flashed forward again. Then Zichen punched. The golden fist light kept hitting the black figure. Dull explosions sounded from time to time. During this time, the black figure's body kept surging with ferocious aura. The space in the illusion kept shattering because of the opponent's ferocious aura. Zichen's fist didn't have a strong aura. This level of attack couldn't hurt the black figure at all. It could only send the black figure flying. Every time Zichen attacked, the black figure would roar and counterattack with the illusion. However, everything was illusory. Zichen didn't care. Zichen flashed to the black figure's side again and punched again. The void around the black figure shattered again. The surging ferocious aura swept through the world. At the same time, the sky-high saber light fell and slashed at Zichen again. It's just a small trick. Zichen snorted disdainfully. However, he was laughing in his heart. After waiting for so long, he finally got the chance to break the array. Just when the black figure thought that the human would ignore its attack like before, it found that the human actually withdrew his fist and began to form seals. The simple seals quickly fell. Then, from Zichen's sea of consciousness, a golden light of spiritual thoughts rushed out. The golden light of spiritual thoughts was as vast as the sea. The moment it appeared, it turned into a golden dragon and slammed into the black saber light. No. Seeing this, the black figure suddenly screamed in panic. Zichen used all his spiritual thoughts to launch this attack. This was also his only chance to break the array. The powerful spiritual thoughts collided with the black figure's saber light. Golden and black light raged in the sky. The space shattered under the collision of spiritual thoughts. Like a mirror, a new world appeared in front of Zichen. The illusion array had been broken, and the real world appeared. This was a desolate land. There was no spiritual energy in the world. Without spiritual energy, there was no vegetation. The whole world seemed dead and lifeless. Looking down at the ground, Zichen only saw a few eerie white skeletons. Other than that, Zichen also saw a skeleton that had not yet decomposed. The skeleton held a black saber in its right hand, a black shield in its left hand, and wore black armor. The black figure in the illusion was the skeleton, but it was created by the illusion. The real black figure had died a long time ago. The black figure's original form was dead. Zichen only glanced at it and then looked away. Then he saw a small bug about 20 centimeters long beside the black figure. The bug was white all over like pure jade. The bug's body was curled up, and its small eyes stared at Zichen in horror. "It's you, little guy. You almost got me killed." Zichen looked at the bug with curiosity in his eyes. Zichen's figure landed. The bug's eyes were filled with fear. Zichen's counterattack had severely damaged the opponent's spiritual thoughts, and it was no longer a threat to Zichen. However, the cautious Zichen still released his powerful spiritual thoughts to investigate the surroundings. Sure enough, other than the bug, there were no other living creatures in this desolate land. As he released his spiritual thoughts, Zichen also found the exit of this ancient road. Zichen used his ultimate energy to imprison the bug. During this time, the bug emitted a terrified cry for mercy. "So it's you, little guy, who's playing tricks." Hearing the familiar voice, Zichen was completely relieved. This little insect was not strong, but its spiritual sense was extraordinarily strong. Moreover, the illusion it created was full of loopholes, and it even managed to fool Zichen. Zichen was very interested in it and planned to tame it and bring it along. After using his energy to imprison the bug, Zichen set it aside. Only then did his gaze fall on the skeleton. To be precise, it fell on the saber and the black shield. Chapter 766. Just as Zichen had said earlier, no one had set foot here for 10,000 years. Therefore, the black saber, black shield, and black armor, which were of extraordinary quality, had lost their original power due to the passage of time. The 3 items, which were exposed without any seals, had lost their spiritual power and were of little value. Zichun had no use for them. Instead, they would increase the capacity of his spirit ring. Then, Zichun found another spirit ring on the side. This was the spirit ring of a dead cultivator. The cultivator had died as soon as he entered this place. Obviously, there was a bountiful harvest inside. Zichen's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the spirit ring. Picking up the spirit ring, Zichen found that the spirit ring had already recognized its owner. Moreover, there was the aura of the white jade bug inside. This discovery reduced Zichen's excitement by 30%. The white jade bug was severely injured. Zichen relied on his powerful spiritual thoughts to attack the spirit ring again. After forcefully breaking open the spirit ring, Zichen found that the spirit ring was empty. There were no resources inside. Obviously, all the resources inside had been devoured by the bug. There was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. If the white jade bug wanted to replenish itself, it could only kill humans and devour the resources in their spirit rings. Moreover, no one had set foot here for 10,000 years. Zichen had already guessed this result. Zichen, who didn't find anything, picked up the imprisoned white jade bug and continued to search the area. After searching around and checking all the bones, he still didn't find anything. The spirit rings that he occasionally found were also empty. This place was desolate and dilapidated. Even weeds did not grow. It was dead silent. There was nothing of value here. There was also no spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zichen felt so out of place in this world. He even felt the yuan energy in his body slowly drain away as he walked. An extremely uncomfortable feeling of rejection filled his heart. Zichen stepped onto the second ancient road. During this time, he did not communicate with the white jade bug. Zichen walked through the teleportation portal and stepped onto the second ancient road. As the light flashed and his figure reappeared, Zichen felt a scorching wave of fire wash over him. This place was like a sea of flames. Blazing flames rose from the ground, illuminating Zichen with a bright red light. The burning of the underground flames caused space to distort. The temperature of the flames was very high. Even with his perfect body, Zichen felt threatened. Of course, a threat didn't mean that these flames could kill Zichen. The present Zichen's perfect body was no longer what it used to be. Since it was known as the strongest physique, it was naturally not something that could be melted by mere earth fire. Those who cultivate fire attribute cultivation arts will definitely think that they've arrived in heaven. But for lightning attribute cultivation arts, it has no effect at all. Zichen looked at the sea of fire in front of him with a face full of disappointment. There was only fire spiritual energy here. To Zichen, it didn't mean much. Although he could absorb some, the amount was too little. At most, it was better than nothing on the first ancient road. When he arrived at the second ancient road, just as Zichen was about to investigate if there were any terrifying existences here, he felt a strange movement from the white jade bug in his hand. After lowering his head, Zichen saw that the white jade bug, which had been imprisoned by extreme energy, had slowly turned illusory before dissipating into pure spiritual energy. Zichen couldn't be any clearer about what was happening. A clone, the white jade bug he had caught, was actually just a clone of Qin Wentian. As for the real body that was injured, it was naturally still on the first ancient path. He had been fooled. Zichen was momentarily stunned. He often used his avatars to fool others. He never thought that he would be fooled here. Even if he was fooled by someone else, it would be fine. But it just had to be a bug. Zichen's expression constantly changed. He was secretly regretting his carelessness. This person had a powerful spiritual sense, could create illusion arrays for others, and even knew the art of avatars. This was undoubtedly a capable assistant. If he had been more careful, he would have been able to capture the injured avatar. Then, it would have been easier to traverse the ancient road. But the careless Zichen didn't get anything. While he felt regretful, Zichen gained an even deeper understanding of the ancient road of trials, and it was that he couldn't be careless at all times and must not be overconfident. The price he had paid this time was only a white jade bug. If he was careless again, he might very well pay with his life. Zichen, who was secretly summarizing his mistakes, was a little absent-minded. At this time, a flame spewed out from the ground near Zichen. A flame creature suddenly rushed out from the giant flames. This was a one-horned, bull-like fire spirit. With the help of the spewing flames, the fire spirit ruthlessly smashed towards Zichen. The fire spirit was very close to Zichen, and its speed was also very fast. By the time Zichen sensed the incoming danger and made an effective counterattack, it was already a step too late. Pum! Zichen had shattered the flame creature with a single punch, and the golden light had also extinguished the flames in front of him. However, the power of the collision just now, other than the violent flame energy, was also extremely strong and could not be underestimated. Zichen staggered and lost his balance. He took several steps back and retreated into the spewing earth fire. While Zichen was retreating, the earth fire around him began to continuously erupt. At first, it was just simple earth fire, but when Zichen approached, other than the earth fire, there were also fire spirits. These fire spirits were almost the same in appearance. They were all one-horned, bull-like creatures. After they appeared, they ruthlessly smashed towards Zichen. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was surrounded by fire spirits. In the process of charging forward, Zichen was completely surrounded by fire spirits. Even with the golden light shield between them, Zichen could feel a scorching heat. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. In addition, Zichen, who was in the midst of the flames, actually felt the elemental energy in his body rapidly depleting. Then he was covered by numerous fire spirits. Zichen's figure completely disappeared and was replaced by numerous fire spirits. An earth-shattering dragon's roar suddenly rang out from the flames. Then, as if they were frightened, the fire spirits fled in all directions. However, just as their figures rose into the air, they exploded in the next moment, turning into rootless flames and dissipating. In Zichen's hand, the dragon soul spear emitted a bright silver light. A thunder dragon's shadow floated in it, and a deep and loud dragon's roar came from the spear. Within a radius of more than 10 meters around Zichen, all the fire spirits were scattered. In the process of dissipating, there were flames that were as thick as strands of hair that entered the dragon soul spear and were absorbed by the dragon's soul. Zichen, who previously felt that the dragon's soul had not dissipated, was now even more certain of his guess. These fire spirits had awakened the dragon's soul. As they were all creatures, the essence of the fire spirits was naturally the greatest tonic for the dragon's soul. Zichen held the spear, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this place was also a treasure to him. Zichen held the dragon's soul spear tightly and walked forward. Silver light flashed on the dragon's soul spear, and the thunder dragon's shadow appeared. However, after walking for dozens of meters, Zichen did not encounter any fire spirits' attacks. Such a scene caused Zichen to frown slightly. Pum, 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 pum. Just as the silver light on the dragon's soul spear converged and the dragon's might dissipated, there was a rumbling sound from the ground again. More fire spewed out from the ground, and more fire spirits appeared in the fire. If Zichen had hunted more than 10 fire spirits before, then this time there were dozens of them swarming over. Zichen swept with the spear. Silver light flashed, and a dragon's roar resounded through the world. The dragon's might spread. Wherever the silver light passed, these fire spirits were shattered without any suspense. When they turned into flames, a trace of fire essence entered the spear and was swallowed by the dragon's soul. After killing a wave, Zichun held the spear and went forward again. The scene where the fire spirits did not appear before happened again. Therefore, Zichun continued to converge the dragon's soul. Like this, he converged the dragon's soul and used his human aura to lure the fire spirits out. Zichun swept his spear again. In less than an hour, Zichun had killed several hundred fire spirits. These fire spirits were only a mass of fire essence. They were not true fire spirits because they had no thoughts or wisdom. All of their actions were based on instinct. After swallowing several hundred flame essences, the dragon's soul spear didn't change in the slightest. Obviously, the flame essences it swallowed were not enough. As he went deeper, not only did the fire spirits become larger, but the flame essences within them also became larger. Zichun guessed that in this world of fire, there should be a fire spirit comparable to the thunder dragon. Moreover, as he went deeper, the suppression of the dragon's might on the dragon's soul spear was no longer obvious. In the end, Zichun didn't even need to converge the dragon soul's aura, as the fire spirits would automatically appear. The fire spirits here were even larger. Each of them was more than 3 meters tall. In addition, the power of the flames contained in their bodies was also stronger. Zichun's attacks with the dragon soul spear were no longer as sharp as before. After advancing for several thousand meters, the fire spirits that Zichun encountered were already as big as mountains. Every attack of the other party was accompanied by a thunderous sound. As it moved, it carried a tyrannical aura that caused the world to tremble. Zichun swept the spear in his hand. A dragon's roar sounded as a thunder dragon rushed out from the spear and went straight to the mountain fire spirit. Pum! The thunder dragon that was able to break through other creatures was shattered by a single blow from the mountain fire spirit. At the same time, the fire spirit took a large step forward and rushed towards Zichun. As it ran, there was a thunderous roar between heaven and earth. Before the mountain fire spirit arrived, a wave of fire that exuded a tyrannical aura had already swept towards Zichun. Zichun's expression changed slightly. He clenched the dragon soul spear and turned into a golden light as he fiercely stabbed towards the mountain fire spirit. Boom! A loud tremor came out. After the two collided, a turbulent energy swept out. After the explosion, both of them were repelled. Zichun's face was obviously surprised. His powerful attack with the dragon soul spear didn't kill this unintelligent fire spirit. Roar! The fire spirit that was pushed back roared at the sky. The earth fire around it surged even more fiercely. Because of Zichun's attack, the fire spirit's light had dimmed, but because of the surrounding fire energy, it once again became stronger. Chapter 767. In this world of flames, the fire spirit was never afraid of consumption. It was just like the illusion where the black shadow was trapped in the first ancient road. As the two sides fought, loud energy explosions constantly sounded out. Zichun suppressed the fire spirit with all his strength, but his own consumption was increasing. In terms of combat strength, the fire spirit was weaker than Zichun. Every time Zichun attacked, he could injure the fire spirit. Sometimes he could even severely injure it. However, the fire spirit was in this world of flames, which was equivalent to having an endless supply of energy. As long as it was not a fatal injury, it would recover in the next moment and regain its peak combat strength. I have to kill it in one blow. Otherwise, no matter how many attacks I use, it will be useless. Zichun held his spear in the air, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The constant attacks allowed him to see the problem. If he continued to fight like this, he would be the one to suffer. As long as he could not kill the fire spirit in one blow, it would instantly recover to its peak state. Then, all his previous attacks would be wasted. Zichun's abdomen, extreme yin and extreme yang energy, seeped out of his body. Gold and silver light covered Zichun. Zichun who was ready to use his full strength, mobilized the two extreme energies in his body at the same time. A powerful aura was released from his body. The two energies merged into the dragon spear one after another. The silver dragon spear also emitted gold and silver light in an instant. The two extreme energies revolved in the dragon spear. A crazy and tyrannical aura emerged after a loud dragon roar, wreaking havoc in this world of flames. The fire spirit had no intelligence. It did not sense the dangerous aura emitted by Ziqin. After letting out a roar, it rushed towards Ziqin in a straight line. Ziqin, who had finished accumulating power, had a murderous look in his eyes. He turned into a two-colored light and rushed towards the fire spirit with his spear. The spear suddenly swept out, and a thunder dragon rushed out from the dragon's soul spear. This thunder dragon was half gold and half silver. The two opposite energies were circulating under the control of Ziqin's spiritual sense. Just as the thunder dragon was about to hit the fire spirit, the circulation suddenly became chaotic. Then the yin and yang energies collided and the thunder dragon exploded. Boom! The collision of extreme energies directly exploded, and a boundless aura of destruction engulfed the fire spirit. Facing the destructive aura produced by the collision of the two extreme energies, the fire spirit didn't even have time to scream before its huge body was torn to shreds by the two energies. In the sky, the rootless flames surged and slowly dissipated. A fist-sized fire crystal fell from the dissipating flames. Ziqin's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He grabbed the flame crystal stone. This was the energy core of the fire spirit solidification. The function of the flame crystal stone was almost the same as the thunder crystal. It could be used to refine artifacts, but it could also be used for cultivation. The thunder crystal contained a bolt of lightning, while the flame crystal stone contained a ball of flame. Because this area was special, the flame crystal stone had formed a fire spirit. Ziqin held the flame crystal in his left hand, while the dragon soul spear in his right hand trembled, as if it was extremely eager to obtain the flame crystal. Ziqin threw out the flame crystal stone, and at the same time used the dragon soul spear to touch it. The flame crystal stone shattered, and the flame essence within was instantly absorbed by the dragon soul. To kill a powerful fire spirit, Ziqin had consumed a great deal of energy. In this world of flames, he hadn't even gone a third of the way in. Naturally, the fire spirits in the depths were much more powerful. If he encountered one or two, Ziqin could still deal with them. But if there were too many of them, Ziqin would naturally be no match for them. Therefore, wanting to enter the depths and find an exit was obviously unrealistic. After killing the fire spirit, Ziqin decisively retreated. During this time, the Dragon Soul Spear's Dragon Soul needed to fuse with the flame essence it had swallowed, and Ziqin also needed to restore the energy he had consumed. This time he swallowed an ordinary blood essence pill and then sat down cross-legged in meditation. He relied on the blood essence pill's energy, as well as the surrounding fire energy, to slowly restore the origin energy he had consumed. The ancient road had a total of 81 paths, and Ziqin had only reached the second one. Therefore, he had to save as many resources as he could. Moreover, this road of smelting trial wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. From the moment he stepped onto the road of smelting trial, Ziqin was no longer able to judge the flow of time. Stepping onto the road of smelting trial was destined to be an extremely long journey. Only by smoothly passing through it would one know how much time had passed. But once one died, there was no need to calculate the time. After restoring the energy within his body, Ziqin took the Dragon Soul Spear and continued to go deeper. He didn't stop until he encountered a fire spirit that blocked his path. At this time, Ziqin didn't even place an ordinary fire spirit in his eyes. If there was something that could stop him, then it must be an existence as large and powerful as a mountain peak. Seeing a fire spirit, Chen launched an attack. His attack was decisive and direct. Two types of extreme energies were released, and the gold and silver thunder dragons appeared once again. Then the fire spirit was easily killed. After the fire spirit was killed, the fist-sized flame, crystal, left behind was swallowed up by the dragon's soul. Chen didn't consume too much of his energy to kill the fire spirit with a single strike. Killing another fire spirit wasn't a problem. But on the ancient road, there could be dangers at any time. Therefore, maintaining vigilance at all times and ensuring one's combat strength was the most important thing. After Chen killed the fire spirit, he no longer took any risks and retreated. Next, it was time for him to restore his energy, as well as for the dragon's soul to refine the flame essence. This time was far longer than the time Chen took to kill the fire spirit. After Chen's origin energy was slowly restored to its peak, Chen stood up. He took the dragon soul spear and continued to move forwards, killing the mountain-like fire spirit. Here, time couldn't be accurately estimated. Therefore, Chen used the number of times he consumed energy. During the first and second times, Chen killed a fire spirit each time. During the third time, when he consumed 70% of his energy, Chen killed two powerful fire spirits. Then he retreated and continued to restore his energy. The fourth time was the same. But during the fifth time, Chen only consumed half of his origin energy to kill two fire spirits. Chen only needed one strike to kill a fire spirit. But in a situation where he didn't take any pills, if Chen wanted to use the flame energy to restore his origin energy, then according to Chen's estimate, it would take at least 5 days. Killing an enemy only took 2 breaths of time, but recovering took 5 days. Such a huge difference in time was enough to show just how slow Chen's efficiency in killing his enemies was. As time passed, he consumed and restored his energy again and again. As time passed, Chen's combat strength gradually increased. At the same time, his boundary also slowly increased. After the 10th time of consumption and recovery, half of the energy in Chen's body was already enough to kill 3 fire spirits. Every time Chen killed a fire spirit, he would keep half of his origin energy in his body. As he went deeper, the number of fire spirits he killed also increased. Chen sensed an extremely powerful existence in the depths. When he sensed the other party's aura, a sense of danger rose in Chen's heart. He guessed that the other party should be a real fire spirit, an existence comparable to a thunder spirit. After carefully waiting for a few days while maintaining his peak combat strength, Chen didn't wait for the other party to take the initiative to attack. Moreover, the dangerous aura was intermittent, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was extremely unstable. Chen would definitely avoid the other party first. Therefore, after going deep to an extreme distance, Chen used this extreme distance as a starting point and began to make a detour. He wanted to go around this extremely powerful existence and kill the other fire spirits around him. Because he could sense this existence, Chen was even more careful when he killed the fire spirits. Moreover, he always left behind his spiritual sense to detect the other party's movements. After the 15th time of consumption, half of Chen's origin energy was enough to kill 4 fire spirits. Chen had a feeling that this number would soon increase. Sure enough, after the 17th time, Chen was able to kill 5 fire spirits. Although Chen's strength had increased, the Dragon Soul Spear was even more important. After absorbing so many flame essences, the Dragon Soul Spear's power had increased, and its killing power towards the fire spirits had also increased. Chen slowly stepped forwards, constantly killing the mountain-like fire spirits, constantly nibbling away at them. During this time, the fire spirit still hadn't appeared. Chen's intention was to kill all the fire spirits and then deal with the fire spirit. During this time, Chen hadn't found a passage in the outer regions. He thought that it should be deep inside. If he wanted to enter the third ancient road, he would have to kill this existence. There were simply too many fire spirits around the strongest existence. After Chen restored himself for the 20th time, he still hadn't finished killing them all. Moreover, as the number of fire spirits decreased, the tyrannical aura released by the fire spirit became increasingly terrifying. These days, the other party hadn't attacked. Chen guessed that it should be in a state of deep slumber. As the king of this world of flames, it should have some sort of spiritual sense connection with the other fire spirits. As the number of fire spirits decreased, the king must have sensed it and gradually awakened. By the time Chen recovered for the 30th time, the number of fire spirits in the mountain had drastically decreased. After devouring a large number of fire crystals, the Dragon Soul Spear had finally transformed. Its lethality towards the fire spirits had also increased by several times. Chen's slaughter of the fire spirits had finally reached an extremely simple and effortless level. The existence in the dark seemed to have completely awakened. In these 2 days, Chen felt a murderous intent locking onto him through the world of flames. This was the world of flames, and the other party was the King of Flames. It might not be able to sense the situation here when it was asleep, but now that it was awake, it naturally knew what was happening here. Moreover, Chen's every move was under its observation. The reason why the fire spirit didn't take the initiative to attack was that it was extremely wary of this human trial taker. In these 2 days, it had been observing the other party, wanting to see through the other party's attack methods and then kill him. Of course, the main reason was to wait. It was waiting for all the fire spirits to die. Due to the rules here, only when all the fire spirits died could it, the king, truly awaken and display its strongest combat power. Foolish human, you are courting death. A cruel laughter sounded from the depths. At this time, Chen had killed the last fire spirit. After cautiously retreating and restoring the energy in his body to its peak state, Chen walked into the depths of the world of flames with his spear. Human die. Chapter 768. At the center of the flame world, Chen saw the third ancient road's passageway. In front of the passageway, the king life form had completely awakened, releasing a terrifying pressure. Chen faced him in the air, his cold eyes staring at the king life form. The dragon soul spear in his hand emitted a chilling light. You actually killed all the life forms of my flame world. Human trial taker, you are not bad. The king life form emitted a cold spiritual fluctuation. The king life form was humanoid and was nearly 2 meters tall. Flames burned all over its body. If it didn't have 2 horns on its head, Chen would definitely have mistaken it for the flaming man he had seen in the ancient battlefield. You clearly woke up a long time ago, so why didn't you make a move? Chen stared at the king life form and asked the question in his heart. The king life form laughed loudly. Human, your perception is extremely sharp. That's right, I woke up a long time ago. However, I wasn't in my peak state when I woke up, so I didn't have the confidence to kill you. You killed all my people, so the flames returned to the ground while I completely awakened. My combat strength has returned to its peak. Chen nodded. He finally understood why the other party hadn't taken the initiative to attack. Human trial challenger, you do have some methods. In the past, all the trial challengers that passed through here relied on their speed to directly enter the depths, and then took advantage of the fact that I was unable to awaken to enter the passageway. But you actually chose such an extreme method of slaughter. But I like this method. You slaughtered all my people, and I will use the same method to kill you. The king life form cruelly laughed. Chen bitterly smiled. So it was like this. It seemed that it wasn't that difficult to pass through this ancient road before. As long as one had extreme speed, it would be fine. But now, It seemed that things had become much more troublesome. However, Zichen quickly calmed down and said to the king life form, among the many ancient roads, "You are only on the second one. This proves that you are the weakest. Even in your peak state, you are still the weakest. I don't believe that I can even kill you at your weakest. Human trial taker, don't boast shamelessly. The guardians of the ancient road don't differentiate between strong and weak. You dare look down on me? Today you will die without a burial. Remember, the one who will kill you is the king of the flame world, Hughes." Just as the king life form finished speaking, the entire world of flames began to erupt. At this moment, all the flames in this world were controlled by the king life form. Zichen's expression became serious. A king-level entity was not much different from the mountain fire spirit from before. As long as they were in the world of flames, the other party would never be afraid of exhaustion. Therefore, as long as Zichen could not unleash a sure-kill attack, he would never be able to kill the other party. Judging from the aura emanating from his body, a fully awakened king-level entity was undoubtedly extremely powerful. If such an existence were in the outside world, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an ordinary origin realm cultivator. Normal attacks wouldn't be able to kill him at all. After pondering for a moment, Zichen made a decision. Battle intent surged from Zichen's body as he pointed his dragon spear at the life form king and shouted, "Come, let's decide life and death in one strike." The king-level life form let out a disdainful laugh. "One strike, human. King Hughes can kill you with half a strike." With that, the king-level creature charged at Zichen. At the same time, the flames in the entire world began to rage. A terrifying pressure swept out, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the world of flames. Die! The king-level creature launched a powerful attack at Zichen. Flames filled the sky as it rushed at Zichen like a fire dragon. Zichen didn't move, and the spear in his hand didn't move at all. He just stared at the King of Life. Just as the fire dragon was about to reach him, a wave of heat surged toward him. Zichen tapped his forehead with his left hand. Within the purple gourd was Zichen's greatest trump card for the road of trials. With a tap of his finger, the lid of the gourd opened. 3 rays of silver light shot out from the center of his forehead, breaking away from the light of bewilderment. The 3 rays of silver light instantly transformed into lightning dragons, their terrifying aura explosively increasing. This was the lightning of the 9th level of the lightning dominion. In Zichen's opinion, even an ordinary mortal origin realm cultivator could be killed. Now that Zichen had released 3 rays of lightning, he should be able to destroy a king-level life form. The moment the lightning dragons appeared, they became hundreds of meters long and charged at the king-level creature with the terrifying might of lightning. The king-level creature was wrapped in flames, so its expression couldn't be seen. However, when it saw the 3 lightning dragons, it was shocked to the extreme. It cried out, "This is impossible. You're just a human trial taker. How can you have something like this?" Amidst its shocked voice, the fire dragon was instantly destroyed by one of the lightning dragons. The lightning dragon didn't lose any power and continued to charge forward. At the same time, the other 2 lightning dragons also headed straight for the king-level creature. The king-level creature kept retreating. Its flaming eyes were filled with terror. The 3 lightning dragons appeared at the same time, making it feel the threat of death. As it retreated, it kept controlling the flames to form fire dragons to block them. However, after just 2 fire dragons, the lightning dragons caught up to it. The 3 lightning dragons exploded one after another, creating an earth-shaking sound. The world of flames instantly turned into a world of silver. In this silver world, countless lightning snakes swam about, and lightning energy wreaked havoc. The king-level creature's miserable cries rang out in the world of flames, sounding extremely mournful. Its mood also represented the world of flames. At this moment, all the flames in the world of flames were trembling in fear because of the king-level creature. In the silver world, the thin lightning snakes continued to wreak havoc. The king-level creature's miserable cries also continued. Zichen frowned. The 3 lightning dragons didn't immediately kill the king-level creature. In the next moment, he saw strands of flame squeeze into the silver world from the outside. Not good. It's absorbing the flames to recover. Zichen's expression instantly turned ugly. He originally thought that the 3 lightning dragons would definitely be able to kill the king-level creature. However, he didn't expect the king-level creature's vitality to be so strong. Moreover, with the help of the endless flames, it was actually able to block the lightning dragon's attacks. Time didn't allow Zichen to continue hesitating. Once the lightning disappeared without killing the king-level creature, all of his previous attacks would have been for nothing. Taking advantage of the fact that the lightning hadn't disappeared and he could still attack, Zichen clenched his teeth and gripped his spear. The lightning imprint between his eyebrows flashed once more, and then he turned into a beam of golden light and charged into the silver world. Within the silver world, lightning wreaked havoc, bringing with it a terrifying aura. Even though Zichen was protected by the lightning imprint, he still felt his scalp go numb. However, the king-level creature that had been struck by the lightning didn't die. It was clear that the king-level creature was much stronger than Zichen. Just as Zichen was charging forward, even more flame energy rushed into the silver world. Like fire snakes, they entered the center of the lightning destruction and were absorbed by the king-level creature. In the next moment, Zichen charged into the center of the destruction and saw the king-level creature. The raging flames around its body had become extremely dim, and its whole body was injured in many places. Under the ravaging of the lightning, its injuries were rapidly worsening, but it didn't die immediately. This was because there was a huge fire crystal on its chest that was emitting a brilliant light, summoning flames from all around it. At the same time, it absorbed these flames to resist the power of the lightning. If Zichen hadn't appeared, this flame crystal would have been enough to protect the king-level creature and allow it to smoothly resist the lightning attack, allowing it to return to its peak state. However, with Zichen's timely appearance, the situation naturally changed. Under the king-level creature's terrified expression, Zichen held his dragon spear and ruthlessly stabbed it towards its heart. This was where the flame crystal was located, and it was also the life core of the king-level creature. The dragon spear suddenly emitted a joyous dragon roar, and then the tip of the spear directly pierced into the king-level creature's forehead. If it was before, the dragon spear naturally wouldn't have been able to break through the king-level creature's flame crystal. However, the dragon spear had absorbed a large amount of flame essence, causing its quality to increase. Moreover, it had great destructive power against flames, which was why it was able to succeed in one strike. As the spear pierced into the flame crystal, the king-level creature emitted a pained howl. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the flames around the king-level creature began to dim. At the same time, one could see a red energy being constantly absorbed by the dragon spear. After just a few times, the king-level creature's body exploded, turning into a sea of flames that slowly dissipated. The flame crystal still remained, pierced through by the dragon spear until the flame essence within was completely swallowed up. The silver dragon spear had also swallowed up too many unrefined flame essences, causing it to turn crimson red. At the same time, Zichen felt a blazing heat in his right hand as he held the spear. The heat continued to spread. Even with Zichen's perfect body, he couldn't withstand it. As for the flame crystal in front of him, it seemed that only half of its energy had been swallowed up. After several breaths of time, Zichen felt the blazing heat in the spear become even more intense. Moreover, this blazing heat was actually threatening him. Thus, Zichen simply let go of the dragon spear, allowing it to automatically swallow it. The silver world slowly disappeared, and the lightning that filled the skies dissipated. The sea of fire still existed, but after losing all the fire spirits and the king-level creature, this sea of fire had lost its spirituality. Zi-Chen's second ancient road journey had come to an end. Next, he would wait for the dragon's spear to finish swallowing the flame crystal. Then he would enter the third ancient road. Of the 81 ancient roads, Zi-Chen had only walked 2 and had already used his trump card, the Thunder Dominion. He had also consumed a great deal of time and resources. So what was the third one? Cracks began to slowly appear on the flame crystal. This was caused by the excessive consumption of flame essence. At this time, the entire dragon's spear had turned red, as if it were a spear of fire. After absorbing so many flame essences, the dragon's spear would naturally change. However, it would take a long time to refine these flame essences. Zi-Chen hadn't launched a particularly powerful attack before, so he hadn't consumed too much energy. While the dragon's spear was absorbing the flame essences, he sat down cross-legged and absorbed the fire energy, slowly replenishing his previous consumption. After staying here for a long time, Zi-Chen felt that the speed at which he absorbed the fire energy had increased by a great deal. The cracks in the flame crystal finally spread to a limit. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded, and the dragon's spear fell to the ground. The dragon's spear that fell was originally crimson red. But as the dragon's soul swallowed and refined the fire energy, a silver light began to emit from within the crimson red. The temperature of the dragon's spear that emitted a blazing heat began to slowly decrease. The dragon's spear couldn't be used for a short period of time. Zi-Chen put away the dragon's spear. After the energy in his body was restored, he stood up and stepped onto the third ancient road. Chapter 769. As soon as he appeared, he encountered heavenly might, and heavenly might was directed at him. Zi-Chen did not know what was going on, so he was caught off guard. As the heavenly might descended, the power of the rules appeared in the sky. The power of the rules transformed into a huge net that fell from the sky, pressing down on Zi-Chen. Within the net, there was also a sealing power that was trying to seal Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen raised his head and looked at the rules descending from the sky. His eyes were filled with confusion and panic. He did not understand why he was targeted and sealed by the rules as soon as he arrived. Ever since he became a cultivator, Zi-Chen had interacted with the rules several times. Naturally, he knew how terrifying they were. If he had not been lucky every time, he would have died under the rules. Extreme Yin. Facing the seal of the rules, Zi-Chen naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Unable to use the dragon soul spear, Zi-Chen could only mobilize the energy in his body to display a powerful attack. As the seal fell, Extreme Yin appeared, emitting a dazzling silver light. Like a sharp blade, it attacked the seal of the rules with the speed and power of lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, the power of lightning shattered and dissipated. However, the seal of the rules did not change at all. Extreme Yang. Seeing that Extreme Yin was useless, Zi-Chen then used Extreme Yang. The light of Extreme Yang was golden, dazzling, and powerful. However, when it attacked the seal of the rules, there was no reaction at all. It could not even shake the seal of the rules. The rules were known as the strongest. In the current world, there were very few who could resist the rules. Not to mention Zi-Chen, who was merely in the early core realm. Even a mortal realm cultivator would not be able to resist the rules. Thunderbolt Finger. The Thunderbolt Finger seal that used the power of the finger bone appeared again. A terrifying aura swept out, but when it landed on the seal of the rules, it was useless. Zi-Chen's attack seemed powerful and was enough to kill an ordinary existence, but it was futile to resist the rules. The attacks landed on the rule seal, but it was like throwing eggs at a rock. Even if Zi-Chen used the energy of the collision of Yin and Yang, he could not destroy the rule seal. He could not even shake it. The nomological seal fell from the sky at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Chen could not break it at all. Even with his extreme speed, he could not dodge it. At this moment, it was as if he had been immobilized by the nomological power. He could only watch as the nomological power slowly fell on his body and then slowly sealed him. The law seal landed on Chen and split into two. One landed on Chen's forehead, sealing his sea of consciousness. The other landed on abdomen, sealing his elemental energy. During this time, the nomological seal did not kill Chen, but it sealed his spiritual sense and elemental energy. Chen was undoubtedly immortal. On this ancient road, there were dangers everywhere. This was not much different from extinction. The nomological power turned into two large nets, sealing his spiritual sense and elemental energy, making Chen unable to do anything. How could this be? Could it be that I used energy that did not belong to me and was punished by the rules? Chen could not accept the fact that he had become immortal in an instant, so he made wild guesses. The most likely reason for triggering the rules was that when he killed the king-level life form, he had used an energy that did not belong to him. Chen was in an open space. A few thousand meters away from the open space, there was a dense forest that covered the sky. In the dense forest, he could occasionally hear the roars of beasts. There were plants and beasts in this world. It was a world just like the outside world. Moreover, as he was on the ancient road, it was natural that there would be powerful humans and beasts here. However, Chen, who was in such a dangerous world, had all of his energy sealed. Why was he sealed? No one could answer Chen's question. At this moment, without his spiritual sense, Chen could not even open his spirit ring or purple gold gourd. He had undoubtedly lost all his means. At most, he could be considered a mortal with a slightly stronger physique. Within the ancient road of the trial, danger could arrive at any moment. Chen naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Since he had no combat strength left, there was nowhere for him to run. Thus, Chen's only option now was to find a way to break open the seal of the laws. Even if he could only break a little bit, he would have a way to escape. His situation would be better than now. Moreover, as Chen sensed it, he found that this was a true nomological seal. Moreover, it was a seal that did not have a time limit. If he could not break the seal, Chen would not be able to use the primary energy of a cultivator for the rest of his life. Therefore, after finding a slightly safer place, Chen sat cross-legged and tried to break the nomological seal as soon as possible. If it was a perfect nomological seal, Chen would never be able to break it. However, when the nomological seal fell from the sky, it had been divided into two. Although the two seals were still one, they were no longer perfect. If Chen wanted to break it, there was still a slight possibility. The first thing Chen needed to break was the spiritual sense seal. Therefore, Chen began to mobilize the powerful spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness to attack the nomological seal. Boom! The golden spiritual sense attacked the edge of the nomological net, causing the sea of consciousness to shake. Chen felt that his sea of consciousness was about to explode. There was a continuous thunder sound, and pale golden blood instantly flowed out of the corner of Chen's mouth. The sea of consciousness shook for a long time before it slowly calmed down. Chen found that the seal that had been attacked had become a little dim. Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He felt that there was hope. Then he continued to manipulate his spiritual sense to form a point and attacked the seal fiercely. Boom! There was another tremor. More blood flowed out of the corner of Chen's mouth. This time, Chen felt that his head was in a daze and he was not clear-headed. No, I'll pass out if this goes on. Chen felt that something was wrong. After the two attacks, he could clearly see that the seal was dimmer than other places. This proved that it was very possible to break the seal. However, there was also a greater possibility that after breaking the seal, Zichen would fall into a coma. Falling into a coma in this extremely dangerous place, Zichen's actions were undoubtedly suicidal. After pondering for a while, Zichen found a low place and used his hands to dig a big hole in the ground that could hide a person. Then he found some weeds and simply buried himself. Zichen sat cross-legged on the ground and mobilized his essence, energy, and spirit to the limit. There is only one chance to pass out. I can only multitask and break the seal of my spiritual sense and primary energy. Zichen adjusted his breathing and then multitasking. On one hand, he manipulated the spiritual sense in his body to attack the seal in his sea of consciousness. On the other hand, he manipulated the ultimate energy to attack the seal in abdomen. Boom! The two types of energy hit the rule net at the same time and vibrated in Zichen's body. The sharp pain in his sea of consciousness and abdomen almost made Zichen pass out. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Then he continued to mobilize his energy and continued to attack. If he could not break the seal, Zichen would not be able to survive here. Therefore, Zichen would rather die while attacking the seal than be buried in the stomach of a beast with his mortal body. Boom! Boom! Zichen attacked again and again. His sea of consciousness and primary energy were severely damaged, and more blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. After more than 10 consecutive attacks, the dot in the rule net became dimmer. Then, Zichen gritted his teeth and attacked with all his strength. Boom! Thunder roared in Zichen's body again. After that, Zichen felt that the sharp pain in his body had reached a limit. Just as he was about to pass out, he heard 2 breaking sounds. Before the smile on Zichen's face bloomed, he fainted. However, he knew that he had broken through the rules. Zichen lost consciousness and fell into a coma. When he regained consciousness, he immediately sensed his sea of consciousness and abdomen's location. In his sea of consciousness, the rule net had been broken a little. Traces of spiritual thoughts were escaping from this point. Since Zichen could mobilize spiritual thoughts, he had obviously become a cultivator. However, compared to before, his combat strength was less than 1%. At the same time, Zichen sensed abdomen and found that the rule net here had also been broken a little. Ultimate energy was slowly leaking out. With his spiritual sense and ultimate energy, and the broken seal not continuing to strengthen him, Zichen knew that this method was feasible. A smile instantly appeared on his face, and he was prepared to make a few more attempts to return to his peak. However, when he opened his eyes, his expression changed drastically. He found that he was no longer underground. Instead, he was in an unfamiliar environment. This was a huge room. There were very simple stone tables and stone stools in the room. These stone tables and stools were much larger than usual. In addition, there were several stone tools in the room. There were big knives and broad axes. This was an unfamiliar environment, but it looked like a human residence. As Zichen lowered his head, he found that he was lying on a huge stone bed. This bed was 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Zichen, who was less than 2 meters tall, looked insignificant lying on it. Is this where giants live? Just when Zichen was extremely puzzled, he suddenly felt that something was missing. Spirit ring. My spirit ring is gone. Zichen looked at his left hand. The place where the spirit ring should have been was empty. It contained all of his wealth from this trip to the ancient road, including the dragon's soul spear. If the spirit ring was lost, Zichen's trip to the ancient road would be even more difficult. In addition to the spirit ring, Zichen found that the top-grade armor on his body was also missing. His mind was still in a daze. Zichen swayed and then got off the bed. He had to figure out what was going on as soon as possible. Although abdomen and the sea of consciousness had opened up a little, the injuries from the previous heavy blow had not recovered. Zichen was still unable to move freely. At this moment, he was still a mortal with some strength. As soon as Zichen got up, the door of the room was pushed open. Zichen felt that the room was obviously dark. Then a tall figure walked in from outside. This person was close to 4 meters tall and looked like an ancient giant. The upper half of his body was naked, and his thick chest hair was exposed. The lower half of his body was wrapped in a beast skin, which covered his private parts. On his feet, he was wearing shoes made of strange beast materials. Chapter 770. The giant pushed the door open and entered. In his other hand, he was holding a basin that Zichen normally used to wash his face. The basin seemed to be filled with a liquid that emitted white steam. The air was filled with a pungent smell of medicine. "You're awake," the giant said when he saw that Zichen had woken up. The giant's voice was loud and clear, like the volume of a quarrel between humans. Moreover, his pronunciation was slightly strange. Zichen could barely understand him. Zichen nodded. Kindness appeared in his eyes as he asked, "You saved me." To the giant, Zichen's voice was soft and gentle. Naturally, his pronunciation was also strange. There was a strange look in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. He placed the basin on the stone table and said, "When I went out to hunt some savage beasts, I found you hiding and fainting. At that time, a savage beast approached you and paced around you. I killed it and brought you back." After hearing what happened, Zichen immediately expressed his gratitude. Then he looked at the giant and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't ask where his spirit ring and battle armor went. "Drink the medicinal liquid. It will help your body recover." Zichen was already able to stand up. The giant pointed at the basin on the stone table. He didn't bring it over himself. The medicinal liquid in the basin glowed with a green light, and the smell of the medicine was very pungent. Just the smell made it hard for people to swallow. Zichen was grateful to the other party for saving him, but he politely refused the medicinal liquid, indicating that his injuries were not serious. "You fainted because you lost all your strength. Moreover, I saw you vomiting blood. This medicinal liquid is good for replenishing blood and strength. It's a good thing. We drink it often," the giant said again. Zichen looked at the medicinal liquid. He still didn't dare to drink it. "Outsider, I won't harm you. Trust me." The giant lowered his head and looked at Zichen. Zichen's face clearly showed vigilance. He quickly took 2 steps back and activated the extremely weak yuan energy in his body, assuming a defensive posture. In Zichen's imagination, all existences on the ancient paths were enemies. Zichen had fought against each other on the first and second ancient paths. However, on the third ancient path, this giant had saved him. Zichen had previously guessed that the other party did not know his identity and had saved the wrong person. However, now that the other party had pointed out that he was an outsider, Zichen could not help but be vigilant. "Don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm. Besides, you outsiders will all get a strange disease here and become weak." The giant looked at Zichen with a rare smile on his face. He then pointed a finger at Zichen and said, "If I wanted to deal with you, I would only need 1 hand. No, 1 finger to knock you down. So I don't mean any harm. Drink this liquid." Zichen's expression changed. The other party had only said a few words, but he had already guessed his condition. If outsiders would get sick and become weak, then didn't that mean that everyone who came here would be sealed? The laws of the seal were not a punishment, but the laws of the world itself. The laws of the world here were used to seal yuan energy and spiritual sense. Before Zichen could continue thinking, the giant left the room. However, before he left, he pointed at the medicinal liquid in the large basin. Zichen walked towards the stone table that was almost as tall as he was. He looked at the large basin and couldn't help but click his tongue. This basin should be the bowl they use. As he approached, the unpleasant smell of the green medicinal liquid became even more intense. This made Zichen feel even more conflicted. However, Zichen didn't feel any malice from the giant before. Moreover, if the giant wanted to kill him, he would have already made a move. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Thus, Zichen lifted the large bowl with both hands and forced the medicinal liquid into his mouth. When the medicinal liquid entered his stomach, it was suffused with a strong, bitter taste. Zichen grimaced, but he didn't dare to stop. He could only swallow it all in one breath. After drinking all of the medicinal liquid, Zichen's stomach clearly became round. A few minutes later, Zichen felt as if there was a flame burning in his stomach. Zichen sensed that the medicinal liquid turned into energy and merged with his body. This feeling was similar to the wine he had drunk in the starting ground. Zichen felt warm all over. His powerful physique seemed to have improved at this moment. While Zichen was secretly delighted, he also seriously thought about where this place was. Clearly, this ancient road was different from the previous two. Unable to figure it out, Zichen decided to go out and take a look. Zichen walked out of the room and saw many large houses and many giants. There were men and women among these giants. It was easy to distinguish between the men and women. The women were slightly shorter than the men, and their towering breasts were wrapped in loose animal skins. They also wore some simple accessories on their wrists and earlobes. The houses here were very tall. There were dozens of them, and they were densely packed together. It looked like a small village. When Zichen appeared and saw the giants also saw Zichen. Their faces were filled with curiosity as they walked towards Zichen. He is the outsider that the Crow barbarian chief brought back. Even an outsider has come to our small tribe. An outsider hasn't appeared for a long time. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he would enter a large tribe. I didn't think that we would be lucky enough to have an outsider here. The giants approached Zichen and looked down at him curiously. They whispered to each other, just like humans, although the syllables were strange. Zichen could hear them very clearly. Looking at the giants, they did not seem to have any hostility towards the outsider. They were more curious, which made Zichen feel relieved. "Hey, outsider, it was me and the chief who saved you. I also carried you back. At that time, you were almost eaten by the savage beasts." A giant walked out from behind the crowd and spoke to Zichen in a loud voice. Zichen looked at the giant in front of him. To be more precise, he was looking at the giant's chest. The giant was using a vine to string his spirit ring together and hung it around his neck like a pendant. Seeing Zichen looking at the pendant on his chest, the giant laughed and showed off. "How is it? Beautiful, right?" The other giants also looked at the pendant on the giant's chest, and looks of envy appeared on their faces. "Wula, if you give me the pendant, I will be with you," a tall female giant said after taking a fancy to the spirit ring. "Una, you are telling the truth." The giant known as Wula's eyes lit up. Clearly he was moved. Next, he seemed to have recalled something and said, "But Una, didn't you say that you liked the chief?" The giant known as Una did not try to hide anything and said, "Of course, I like the chief. However, for the sake of this beautiful ornament, I can be with you for 1 hourglass." Hearing that, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on Wula's face. However, he looked at Una and saw that she was very concerned about her beauty. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, "No, you have to be with me for at least 3. No, 5 hourglasses." As he was speaking, Wula pulled open the vine rope and held the spirit ring in his hand. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the spirit ring. It would appear that such an exquisite ornament had surpassed the attraction of Zichen, the outsider. "No, I will only be with you. 5, 2, 4. The two of them ignored Zichen, the original owner of the spirit ring, and began to discuss how long they would be together. Zichen felt slightly embarrassed. However, he had to quickly open his mouth. According to the human way of bargaining, the two of them would soon reach a deal of 3 hours. Later, Zichen found out that the hourglass that they were talking about was actually a calculation of time. One hourglass represented one day, which was the human equivalent of 1 day and 1 night, a total of 24 hours. Zichen cleared his throat and said, "I am sorry, fellows. It seems this item should be mine." Zichen spoke up. His strange tone attracted the attention of the giants once more. All the giants turned to look at Zichen with peculiar expressions on their faces. Wula was also carefully sizing up Zichen. She looked at him from head to toe until Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. Then she said in a serious tone, No, outsider. Although I am very interested in you, you are a man. I am not interested in men. Therefore, I cannot give you this item." Zichen did not know whether to laugh or cry at Wula's reply. However, in order to take back the spirit ring, he had no choice but to explain, "What I mean is, this item is mine to begin with." Afraid that the other party would not understand, Zichen pointed at his finger and said, "This item was originally on my body, and I am wearing it on my finger. It is mine to begin with. Therefore, it should belong to me." Zichen's explanation and actions were clearly understood by all the giants. The giant named Una looked at Wula and snorted, saying, "Wula, you actually dared to take something that belongs to an outsider. You are truly shameless. I saved him. Everything that belongs to him is mine. Even his body is mine. However, I, Wula, am magnanimous. I do not want him. I only want his item." Wula argued. "This is the rule of the barbarian tribe. It does not apply to outsiders." "Wula, hurry up and return the item to the outsider. Otherwise, I will tell the chief that you dared to touch an outsider's item. He will definitely punish you." Una scolded. When the other giants heard this, they also began to criticize Wula. From the looks of it, these giants all had a strong sense of justice. Wula's expression turned ugly. He seemed to be extremely fearful of the chief. However, he was extremely unwilling to hand over the spirit ring. His expression kept changing. He was probably thinking of a way to keep the spirit ring. After a while, he held the spirit ring tightly and said, "This outsider is lying. I picked this item up when I was out hunting a savage beast. It is not his. He is lying." Naturally, the giants did not believe him. They once again condemned Wula. Their loud voices were like thunder. "We are all members of the Raven tribe. How dare you not believe me and believe an outsider?" Wula appeared to be somewhat angry. He then said, "Don't you all believe that this item is his? Fine. Since this outsider says that this item is his, then what proof does he have? What proof does he have?" Chapter 771. Wula's expression kept changing for a long time. Zichen had thought that Wula would come up with some brilliant idea to keep the ring. Unexpectedly, all he said was that, when the ring was first sealed, Zichen would not have any evidence. However, after risking his life to break the seal, Zichen was able to produce a lot of evidence to prove that the item was his. The giant known as Wula did not appear to be a bad person. He simply wanted to take the ring for himself. A confident smile appeared on Zichen's face as he said, "Of course, I have evidence to prove that this item is mine." Wula looked at Zichen and said, "What evidence do you have? How are you going to prove it? If you can prove it, if you have evidence, then this item is yours." The other giants also looked at Zichen curiously. Zichen pointed at Wula and said, "Let go of your hand and I can prove it." "Humph! Don't tell me you want to talk about its appearance? If so, I can do that too." Hearing that, Wula let go of his hand and gave a harumph. The moment he let go, the ring on his hand shone with a faint light and flew toward Zichen. Under the control of Zichen's spiritual sense, the ring automatically flew back before landing on Zichen's finger. This miraculous scene shocked all the giants. This should be enough to prove it, right? There was a smile on Zichen's face as he waved his finger at Wula. Wula's face was first filled with shock. Then his face turned ashen. After returning the ring to its rightful owner, the giants looked at the flying ring. Their eyes shone. The female giant known as Una said, "Outsider, if you give this item to me, I will accompany you for 5 hourglasses." "Hey, Una, that's not fair. Why are you only accompanying me for 2 hourglasses and him for 5? Woola was dissatisfied when he heard that. Because he is an outsider. Una did not hide her curiosity towards this outsider. Zi-chan blushed with shame in the face of the giant's straightforwardness. He shook his head and said, "I am sorry. This item is very important to me. I do not want to use it as an exchange." A heavy look of disappointment appeared on Una's face. However, she did not force Zi-chan. It was at that moment that Woola roared out, "Outsider, you dare refuse Una? I challenge you to a duel." Zi-chan ignored Wu La's unreasonable behavior. "Since you have come to the Raven tribe, you have to follow our rules. This is a duel between men. You have to accept," Wu La said. Zi-chen's brows furrowed slightly as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He had already sensed that there was no Yuan Li in these giants' bodies, and judging from their shocked expressions when they saw him controlling the ring, they didn't know what spiritual sense was either. They had neither elemental energy nor spiritual senses, and there were also powerful, mutated beasts here. This made Zi-chan extremely curious about their way of life. Zi-chan turned around, looked at Ula, and said, "Follow the rules of the duel. What will I get if I win?" Without even thinking about it, Wu La shouted, "If you win, I will forget about the matter of you disrespecting Una today. In the future, no one will continue to force you. However, if you lose, you will have to make an exchange with Una." Ula's suggestion was somewhat inexplicable. However, Zi-chan had no choice but to follow. With just a little bit of Yuan Li and a little bit of spiritual sense, Zi-chan was confident that he could win. Thus, Zi-chan nodded his head, indicating that the duel could begin. The group of giants spread out, preparing to watch the duel. With a duel to watch, quite a number of giants from afar stepped forward. Wu La is sure to win this duel. Ula is a peak second-rank warrior, while this outsider is probably not even a first-rank warrior. It is said that when outsiders come here, they will be afflicted with a strange illness that makes them weak. This outsider has just arrived. Naturally, he is no match for Ula. Ula, this outsider, has just arrived. He does not have any life-saving means. You should go easy on him. That's right. You are a second-rank warrior. You must know when to stop. The giants who were prepared to watch the duel spoke out. Their words were filled with confidence towards Ula. At the same time, they were also concerned about Zi-chan. "Outsider, I'll only use one fist to fight you." Ula clenched his right fist at Zi-chan. It's indeed a physical body. Could it be that the giants on this ancient path all use physical strength? Zi-chen's eyes flashed as he clenched his fists and revealed his perfect body. However, without using his Yuan Li and spiritual sense, Zi-chen realized that his perfect body was not as strong as before. This discovery made Zi-chen's expression change slightly. Ula punched out as the air whistled as it headed straight for Zi-chen. When Ula's attack arrived, Zi-chen clenched his fist and struck out. Pung! When the two fists collided, there was a reverberating sound. Zi-chan felt a tremendous force emanate from his opponent's fist, causing him to take several steps back. Despite having a perfect body, he was actually sent retreating. His eyes were filled with disbelief. When he looked at Ula, who had also been sent retreating, he looked at Zi-chan as though he had seen a ghost. How can this be? Ula was actually sent retreating by the outsider. The outsider's body is actually so strong. He has reached the level of a second-grade warrior. How terrifying. He has just arrived, but he already has the physique of a second-grade warrior. When the other giants saw this scene, they were also stunned. In the distance, a male giant beside the giant leader said, "Leader, it seems like you brought back an impressive outsider." The giant leader nodded with an extremely solemn expression. Not bad. He has the physique of a second-grade warrior as soon as he arrived. This is indeed extraordinary. Amidst the discussion, Zi-Chun and Ula had already exchanged a few blows with their fists. However, their attacks were about the same. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The astonishment on the faces of the giants intensified, but the oddness on Zi-Chen's face increased. He had never realized that he had such a flaw. The perfect body, which was known as the strongest physique, had actually become so weak after losing his elemental energy and spiritual thoughts. In fact, it could not be said that he was weak. Zi-Chen could feel that there was a powerful energy hidden in his body. However, at this moment, he did not know how to mobilize this hidden energy. Every attack he made was the stupidest and most laborious way to compete. After a few consecutive attacks, Ula clearly lost interest. He retracted his fist and said to Zi-Chen, "Outsider, your physique has surprised me, but this is the end. Today, I will show you the true combat power of a second-grade warrior." As he spoke, Ula shook his arm and performed a simple set of moves similar to a body technique. Then he clenched his fist again and punched fiercely at Zi-Chen. An even sharper whistling sound came from the air. The power of Ula's punch was several times that of the previous one. This was like using elemental energy to attack. Without using a technique, the elemental energy attack would be doubled. However, after using a technique, the combat power would increase by several times. Seeing that his opponent's combat power had increased instantly, Zi-Chen's eyes lit up. Clearly, his opponent had mastered a technique that could stimulate his physical strength. At this moment, Zi-Chen finally understood the meaning of the existence of the third ancient road. That was physical strength. He could mobilize his physical strength to the limit. When Ula punched, Zi-Chen similarly clenched his fist to block. However, despite having a body full of combat power, he was unable to unleash the powerful energy of the perfect body. His body's power was dormant and could not be unleashed. Pum! Amidst the dull sound, Zi-Chun was pushed back more than 10 meters. Ula's attack just now felt like a huge mountain had crashed into him. He won. Ula won. After Zi-Chun was sent flying, the surrounding people began cheering. As for Una, she looked at Ula with a look of gratitude. Ula proudly waved his fist before turning to look at Zi-Chen. In his opinion, this outsider would have to be bedridden for several days after receiving his punch. However, this outsider acted as though nothing had happened. After standing up, he slowly walked over from tens of meters away. He is actually not injured. How is this possible? He is actually fine in the face of Ula's attack. The group of giants was once again shocked by Zi-Chen's actions. Zi-Chen walked over from afar and rubbed his fist. What a powerful force. It actually caused my fist to feel numb. Ignoring Ula's shocked expression, Zi-Chen said, "Come, let me see how powerful your attack is." "Outsider, you are courting death," Ula said coldly. Zi-Chen smiled and said, "Come. It is your good fortune to be able to kill me. Remember, you are the one courting death. After this, the chief cannot blame me." As he spoke, Ula punched out once again. Of course, when he punched out, he did the same thing as before. This punch was actually 3 times stronger than the previous one. The power of the punch was extremely strong. Zi-Chen had been staring at the opponent's punch. After the opponent punched out, he once again blocked with his fist. Pum! Zi-Chen's body was once again sent flying for tens of meters before heavily smashing into the ground. This time, however, no one cheered. The faces of all the giants were filled with disbelief. This was because Ula's powerful punch did not injure the outsider. The outsider did not vomit blood and his bones did not shatter. Sure enough, the outsider stood up in the next moment. He continued to rub his fist and walked towards Ula. Again, the outsider said firmly, his eyes shining, "Humph, outsider, you have completely infuriated me. Today, I will let you experience the true power of Ula." After saying this, Ula's expression became more serious. Then he did a few strange physical skills, displaying all the strength in his body, and attacked Zichen with a powerful blow. When he attacked with the power of a peak rank 2, many giants' expressions changed. Zichen was the same. However, he had been memorizing the opponent's movements, so he did not have time to dodge. Pow! Zichen was sent flying by this attack. This time, there was blood at the corner of Zichen's mouth. He was injured. The injured Zichen did not look like he was in pain. Instead, he smiled. After watching it 3 times, he had already memorized the opponent's movements. Although they were not coherent, he seemed to be able to display some of the power of the perfect body. "Outsider, admit defeat. Otherwise, I will kill you," Ula said kindly when he saw Zichen coming forward again. Chapter 772. As he walked towards Wu-La, Zichen used his remaining spiritual sense to simulate Wu-La's physical skill. After a few simulations, Zichen was able to memorize the relatively easy physical skill. Even though he could not say that he could unleash 100% of the physical skill's power, he could at least unleash 30% to 40% of its power. Furthermore, once Zichen unleashed 30% to 40% of its power, Wu-La would not be able to withstand it. Zichen stood in front of Wu-La again, his face full of confidence. No one knew where the outsider's confidence came from. Wu-La didn't understand either. After hearing Zichen's confident words, he said loudly, "Okay, outsider, you said it yourself. If you can't win, then we'll exchange sleeping partners." "I said it," Zichen calmly stated. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of all the giants, Zichen began to warm up before the battle. This warm-up technique was actually a set of physical skills, and it was the same physical skill that Wu-La had used before. The two's movements were almost the same. In fact, when comparing the two, Zichen's movements seemed to be smoother and more pleasing to the eye. How do you know this too?" Wu-La's eyes widened in disbelief. In fact, it was not only Wu-La who was shocked. Seeing Zichen use this physical skill, the faces of the giants around them were also filled with shock. This is a physical skill unique to the barbarian tribe. How can an outsider know this? The giant beside the leader also exclaimed. The leader of the Crow tribe's eyes shone brightly. He just learned it. He was hit 3 times, but his eyes were still fixed on Wu-La. It seems that we really have met an extraordinary outsider. Did he really just learn it? But look at his movements. They are even smoother than Wu-La's. This is obviously something that can only be achieved after practicing it thousands of times. The giant beside him was stunned. The raven leader shook his head. It seemed that he could not give a proper explanation for the outsider's situation. He had never heard of anyone being able to use it after seeing it 3 times, and even more smoothly than Wu-La. This phenomenon might seem strange to others, but when it came to Zichen, it was called evolving a combat skill. Although the lightning youth in Zichen's Sea of Consciousness had long disappeared, the lightning youth's ability to imitate and even perfectly perform a skill after seeing it once or twice had always been hidden in the depths of Zichen's Sea of Consciousness. After Zichen used the limited amount of spiritual senses he had to deduce several times, he was able to stimulate this hidden skill. Thus, under the magical ability of the lightning youth, Zichen was able to sense the essence of the body art during his deduction. In addition to the lightning youth's innate talent, this body art was not difficult to understand, which was the key to Zichen's quick comprehension. Under the personal demonstration, Zichen seemed to have practiced it countless times. The way he used the body art was even smoother and smoother than Wu-La's. It was as if he had practiced it countless times. The two of them completed the set of body art movements almost at the same time. Then, Zichen felt that the hidden energy in his body was instantly stimulated by the body art. The energy in his body seemed to have come alive. just like elemental energy. Then, when Ziqin clenched his fist and punched out, the hidden energy in his body surged towards Zichen's arm. Zichen's fist began to emit a golden light. Then, an extremely powerful aura emanated from it. This aura was many times stronger than Wu Lei's attack. This aura shocked the giants. Boom! The two fists collided again, and a thunderous explosion erupted. After the explosion, there was a blood-curdling scream and the crisp sound of bones breaking. Zichen stood motionless in his original spot, while Wu Lao was already more than 10 meters away. He was rolling around with his arms wrapped around his arms. The blow just now had shattered his arms. An intense pain caused him to break out in cold sweat. However, he gritted his teeth and did not continue to scream. The scene was silent. The giants were completely stunned by the scene before them. This is the combat power of a third-level warrior. This outsider has just arrived, and he already has the combat power of a third-level warrior. After a long time, a giant let out a shocked cry. When they looked at Zichen again, their eyes were filled with awe. A third-level warrior was already considered strong in the small Raven tribe. Even the leader of the Raven tribe was only a fourth-level warrior. In the distance, Wu Lao had already been helped up. After a few words of reprimand from the leader, he went down to treat his injuries. When he went down, he did not look at Zichen again, but the shock and disbelief in his eyes did not fade for a long time. The leader from before walked towards Zichen with two giants. The two giants had a powerful aura, and it was obvious that they were stronger than Wu Lao. Sorry, my control of my strength is not perfect. I did not hold back at the critical moment. Zichen apologized to the leader. The leader looked at Zichen and said, "You already held back. Otherwise, Wu Lao would have died. He was in the wrong first. I am very grateful that you held back." Zichen did not deny it. He did hold back at the critical moment. After perfecting his physical arts, Zichen could have killed Wu Lao with one punch. Hearing this, the giants were even more shocked. "You must have some doubts. Come with me." Leader Wu Man walked towards the place where he lived. The two giants beside him did not follow. Zichen nodded and followed him into the room. After Zichen left, the giants were in an uproar. This outsider has the strength of a third-level warrior when he just arrived. This is too terrifying. This is simply a genius. They all say that outsiders are extraordinary and unfathomable, but when they come, they are very weak. But the outsider we met had the strength of a third-level warrior. He is extraordinary among extraordinary. After seeing Zichen's strength, the giants discussed among themselves. They were full of praise for Zichen. "Sigh, I just don't know what choice he will make." Suddenly a low sigh sounded. This low sigh stirred up everyone's emotions. One by one they also sighed. Yes, this outsider is so outstanding. Why would he choose to stay in our Raven tribe? Everyone's previous excitement instantly turned to disappointment. The female giant named Ina said, "If he chooses to stay in the Raven tribe, I will accompany him until he leaves. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask. As long as I know, I will tell you." After entering the room, Wu Man sat on a stone bench and gestured for Zichen to sit. The stone bench was somewhat high. It was meant for giants. Zichen sat on it and looked extremely small. However, Zichen had too many questions in his mind. He did not care about that. He directly asked, "I want to know where this place is." "This is the world of the barbarians. We barbarians and powerful beasts live here," Wu Man said. What Wu Lao displayed earlier was a technique unique to you barbarians. That's right, we barbarian warriors train our bodies. We use physical strength. Barbarian techniques circulate in our various tribes. What you just displayed was the most basic barbarian technique that stimulates strength. We barbarian warriors are divided into 9 levels. Wu Lao is only a second-level warrior. As he spoke, Wu Man looked at Zi-chun with surprise in his eyes. When you outsiders arrive here and lose your strength due to the strange disease, your body is at most comparable to a first-level warrior. However, your strength is comparable to a third-level warrior. It's unbelievable. Zi-chun only smiled at Wu Man's praise. He was extremely curious about barbarians who used physical strength. Of course, he was even more curious about barbarian techniques. According to Wu Man, he had only learned the most ordinary barbarian technique. However, it had increased the strength of his perfect body by several times. If he learned a more advanced barbarian technique, his combat strength would clearly be stronger. On the ancient road, without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, if he mastered a barbarian technique that stimulated strength, it would undoubtedly be another life-saving method. Zi-chun was extremely interested in barbarian techniques, but it was clearly not the time to ask about barbarian techniques. You don't seem to be hostile to outsiders. I want to know more about them, Zi-chun asked. You outsiders will come to our place every once in a while. In the beginning, their strength is extremely low, but their talent is very high. As long as they don't die early, they will grasp extremely powerful strength in the future. Legend has it that you outsiders can even fly in the sky, burrow into the ground, summon the wind and rain, and are omnipotent. Zi-chun was relieved when he heard this. Those who dared to enter the strongest ancient road were almost all talented people. There was no need to mention their talent. There were also many people with powerful strength and extraordinary spiritual senses. As time passed, it would definitely not be a problem for these people to break the seal. Zi-chun asked a question he was very concerned about. Are there any outsiders among the barbarians now? Wu Man shook his head and said, No, all the outsiders have left. Moreover, there hasn't been any outsiders here for a long time. Of course, if they were unlucky, they would be swallowed by the beasts. We can't say for sure. Zi-chun nodded and asked, I also want to know some things about barbarian techniques. I don't know if you can tell me. Although barbarian techniques are a secret to us, there's nothing that can't be told to an outsider like you. Barbarian techniques are divided into different levels. There are strong and weak ones. You only learned a second-level barbarian technique, but we have a third-level barbarian technique. In the bigger tribes, there are fourth or fifth-level barbarian techniques. In the bigger tribes, there are sixth or seventh-level barbarian techniques. In the legends, there are eighth and ninth-level barbarian techniques. Wu Man looked at Zi-chun and said, We barbarians have an unwritten rule for you outsiders. That is, all outsiders have the right to choose before coming here. You can choose to join a big tribe or a small tribe. But no matter which tribe you join, the barbarians there will give you enough resources to let you grow until you leave. Is there such a good thing? Outsiders are not natives. Once they grow, they will leave. Isn't this a waste of barbarian resources? Who would be so stupid to use their own resources to train an outsider? Zi-chun asked with a smile. Chapter 773. Zi-chun had already guessed what Wu Man had said. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everything was built on benefits. The barbarian tribe was so nice to the outsiders because they wanted the talents of the outsiders and the powerful combat power after breaking the seal. Seeing that Zi-chun did not answer, Wu Man said again, There are many tribes in the barbarian tribe. Our Raven tribe is only a small tribe with only 200 people. Within 10,000 miles, the largest barbarian tribe has hundreds of thousands of people. Compared to the 2 barbarian techniques we have here, the large tribes have dozens of barbarian techniques. If you choose to join a large tribe, you can learn advanced barbarian techniques. If you join a small tribe, you can only learn basic barbarian techniques. Zi-chun still did not speak. Wu Man said again, Outsider, make your choice now. If you choose to stay, the Raven tribe will welcome you. I will teach you level 3 barbarian techniques, but you will lose the opportunity to go to a large tribe to learn powerful barbarian techniques. If you want to go to a large tribe, I will lead the way for you. Zichen's face was clearly filled with shock. If an outsider wants to leave, you have to be at least a level 6 warrior. So joining the barbarian tribe to learn barbarian techniques is your only chance to leave. If I join a tribe, can I never leave? Zichen asked. There is only one situation where you can leave. Wu Man said. What situation? All the barbarians in this tribe died in battle. Wu Man's expression was solemn as he said each word. Zichen thought for a moment and then asked, I want to know how the other outsiders choose. Wu Man shook his head and said, Sorry, I can't tell you before you choose. Also, your choice is witnessed by the barbarian god, so you can't change it after you choose. Zichen raised a finger and asked one last question. If you join a weak tribe, you will never have the chance to learn advanced barbarian techniques. Wu Man shook his head and said firmly, No, you will never have the chance to learn advanced barbarian techniques. If there is no chance, then how did the original barbarian tribe expand? Were they born to be a strong tribe? Zichen was very curious. There are a lot of people in large tribes, so it's only natural that there would be a lot of powerful berserkers. They occupied the statue of the god of berserkers, and under the influence of the god of berserkers, it's only natural that they would understand powerful berserker arts, or they would attack each other and steal from each other. Barbarian god statue? What is that? It's a statue of the barbarian god that we worship. It's the incarnation of the barbarian god. The real statue of the barbarian god is controlled by the most powerful tribe in the depths of the barbarian race. The rest of the statues are all incarnations of the barbarian god. They are located in other places. The statue of the barbarian god closest to this place is occupied by the black tribe. They have 2 level 4 warriors. Wu Man's explanation allowed Zichen to quickly understand the world of berserkers. Clearly, this was a place where the strong were respected. If the strong had enough resources, they would become stronger and stronger. If the weak did not have enough resources, they would become weaker and weaker. Just like the raven in front of him, they had no resources and no powerful battle techniques. This was no doubt a replica of Zichen's barbarian land. Outsider, it's time for you to choose. Within a 1,000-mile radius, the largest tribe is the Wood tribe. They have many barbarian techniques. If they know that an outsider has come, they would be happy to invite you to join. Wu Man urged. Zichen smiled. You're very strange. I have so much potential. You should be trying to keep me. But instead, you're chasing me away. Don't forget, you are my savior. The Raven tribe is too small. We don't have enough resources for our people. The only thing we can give you is a 3rd-grade berserker art. Inviting you to stay will only harm you. If you join a large tribe, you'll be able to obtain a lot of resources. You'll be able to become stronger and leave this place as soon as possible. Isn't that what you outsiders have always been pursuing? Zichen nodded his head and said, What you say is very reasonable, but I still prefer to stay in the Raven tribe. So I've decided to stay. As for the resources, if you can't give me, then forget it. But you must give me the level 3 barbarian technique. When Wu Man heard this, his face was filled with excitement. An outsider might be able to bring about a miracle, but he also knew the current situation of the Raven tribe. They could not provide for an outsider. Staying here would only hinder the development of the other party. Seeing that Wu Man was about to say something, Zichen waved his hand and said, Okay, don't call me an outsider. I have my own name. I am Zichen. Also, didn't you say that the barbarian god is a witness? So this choice has worked. Zichen pointed to the door and said, Now, shouldn't you tell this good news to your people? They've been waiting for a long time. Okay, I'll go now. The excited Wu Man was already a little incoherent. Wait, you haven't told me yet. How do the other outsiders choose? Wu Man turned his head and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He said, Most of them will choose to join a large tribe. Only 1 or 2 strange ones will choose to join a small tribe. With that said, Wu Man left. Moments later, thunderous cheers sounded from outside. In the room, Zi-chan had a smile on his face. The reason why the other outsiders chose to join a large tribe was because they were filled with immense confidence. Zi-chan, who had a perfect body, was naturally confident. However, compared to powerful resources, Zi-chan valued saving his life more. Furthermore, resources could be obtained by snatching them. As long as he had enough time, Zi-chan believed that he could obtain all the resources he wanted after breaking the seal. The closed door was suddenly pushed open by a great force as a giant walked in. It was none other than Una. Her face was clearly filled with excitement. After entering, she said, "Outsider, no, Zi-chan. Thank you for choosing to stay and help us. I've decided to accompany you in the future and be with you." After saying that, Una threw a coquettish glance at Zi-chan. For some unknown reason, Zi-chan suddenly thought of the passageway guardian at that moment. He felt a chill in his heart and all the hairs on his body stood on end. A wave of fear surged into his heart and his body trembled uncontrollably. He quickly clutched his chest and said, No need. I have yet to recover from my strange illness. I need to recuperate properly. Looking at the pale-faced Zi-chan, Una said, "Very well, I'll accompany you after you've recovered." Hearing that, Zi-chan nearly coughed out blood. It seemed that he could not appreciate a great beauty like the passageway guardian or Una. Zi-chan's decision to stay behind caused the entire Raven tribe to become excited. Leaving behind an outsider proved that the small Raven tribe had the potential to rise up. During that time, Wu Man gathered all the resources within the tribe and handed them over to Zi-chan. Naturally, the resources that Wu Man gave him were a mixture of herbs and the blood of savage beasts. It was very helpful in increasing one's physical strength. During that time, Zi-chan did not remain idle. He continued to study the set of body technique. With his powerful deduction ability, Zi-chan was able to deduce the level 2 body technique to its limit, making it no weaker than a level 3 body technique. Facts proved that although the lightning youngster had disappeared, his divine ability remained within Zi-chan's sea of consciousness. On the 3rd day, which was the 3rd hourglass, Zi-chan was able to deduce the basic body technique to its limit. Next, Zi-chan got up and walked towards the door. Since choosing to stay here, Wu Man had given Zi-chan his residence. Zi-chan did not hesitate to accept it. Otherwise, he would have had to build a house for himself. As for Wu Man's place, it was naturally Una's place. The barbarians were still uncivilized and were not as possessive as humans. Among the barbarians, reproduction was the most important thing, regardless of whose offspring it was. Una was an example. As the number 1 beauty of the Raven tribe, she belonged to the chief when he was around. If the chief was not around and Una was willing, she would belong to someone else. As he walked out of the door, Zi-chan put on his armor. The armor was returned to him by a Raven warrior the next day. Back then, these 2 items had been split between him and Ula. Having evolved the level 2 berserker technique to its limit, Zi-chan was in a good mood. Furthermore, after joining the Raven tribe, he had the mission of leading the tribe to rise up. Zi-chan was filled with enthusiasm. Chief Zi-chan! Chief Zi-chan! After Zi-chan came out, many of the barbarians greeted him politely. As for Zi-chan, he was honored to become the 2nd chief of the barbarians. Zi-chan nodded at the barbarians. Then he recalled something and said to one of the barbarians, "Go. Call all the warriors above level 2 here." "Chief Zi-chan, what do you want them for?" one of the barbarians asked in confusion. "A meeting," Zi-chan said. "A meeting?" The barbarian was confused. "A meeting to discuss some matters." "Oh, you want to discuss the matter of going out to hunt savage beasts, right? I'll go now." The barbarian pretended to be smart. The barbarians had powerful constitutions. They were born with a strength close to that of a level 1 warrior. This was extremely powerful. Through Zichen's spiritual sense, he could tell that a level 1 warrior was equivalent to an early primal core stage cultivator. Among humans, the primal core stage was divided into 4 stages: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great circle. Within these 4 stages, there were also several smaller stages. However, the barbarians divided these 4 stages into 9. For a barbarian to be born with strength comparable to that of a primal core stage cultivator was very terrifying. Of course, when their bodies were strong, their intelligence would be relatively low. Furthermore, they had no elemental energy or spiritual sense. They were natural warriors. Soon, all the level 2 and level 3 warriors who received the news arrived. Even the leader of the Wu barbarians came. "Chief Zichen, are you taking us to hunt savage beasts?" The barbarians asked as soon as they arrived. Their faces were full of worship. Zichen scanned the crowd. There were more than 50 level 2 warriors, 5 level 3 warriors, and only 1 level 4 warrior, the Wu barbarian. "Where's Wu La? Why isn't he here?" Zichen looked around and didn't see his only acquaintance. "Wu La is recuperating. That punch from Chief Zichen shattered his bones. He hasn't recovered yet, so he can't go out," a barbarian answered. "2 of you go and bring Wu La here. If he doesn't come, then bring him here," Zichen said. "Yes." 2 of the barbarians ran off. Chapter 774. Even though he had only been here for 3 days, Zichen's prestige was still extremely high. The ravens blindly worshipped outsiders, believing that they could help them rise to power. In the history of the barbarian tribe, it was not uncommon for outsiders to bring a tribe to power. Of course, this was on the premise that the outsiders did not die in the process. Wu La was quickly brought in by the 2. Wu La's face did not have much resentment, but rather admiration. He walked to Zichen's side and respectfully bowed to Zichen. "Wu La greets the leader." At this moment, Wu La's attitude towards Zichen was the same as his attitude towards the Raven barbarians. The bowing Wu La was taller than Zichen, so Zichen had to raise his head to look at Wu La. He looked up at Wu La and asked, "Your injuries haven't healed yet?" Wu La rubbed his head and smiled. His face was filled with admiration as he said, "I still need a few days to recover. I heard from the leader that if it wasn't for Leader Zichen showing mercy, I would have died that day. Come, let me take a look." Zichen walked towards Wu La, but Wu La was close to 4 meters tall. Zichen was not even half as tall. Wu La could only half squat and move his fixed arm in front of Zichen. Zichen placed his right hand between Wu La's thumb and index finger and released his spiritual sense to check the other's injuries. The barbarians focused on cultivating their bodies, so their physiques were very strong and their bones were very sturdy. That day, Zichen's attack had only shattered Wu La's thumb and forearm, so the injuries were not very serious. In the outside world, this would at most be a small injury. With pills and elemental energy, it would quickly heal. But here, where there were no pills, Wu La would need to rest for a long time to recover. "Leader Zichen, this is not a problem. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Wu La thought that Zichen was feeling guilty and hurriedly said, who knew that Zichen would actually nod and say, "It is indeed not a problem. It's just a small injury. It will only take a few days." As he spoke, a medicinal pill appeared in Zichen's hand. This was a blood-healing pill. Zichen gently crushed it into powder. After shattering the blood-healing pill into powder, Zichen used his spiritual thoughts to control the powder and infused it into the depths of Wu La's bones through his skin. Wu La's shattered thumb and forearm were instantly healed. "All right, try moving." After using up all the powder, Zichen withdrew his right hand with a faint smile on his face. Wu La's eyes widened in astonishment. Just now, he felt a mysterious force returning to his body. After Zichen finished speaking, Wu La tried to move his arm. The arm that was previously unable to move was now not only able to move, but it was also extremely nimble. The surrounding barbarians burst into cries of alarm, and a look of amazement appeared on their faces. In the eyes of the ravens, this scene was almost a miracle. Even Wu Man's eyes were filled with surprise. He exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary medicinal pill?" Medicinal pills were very common in the outside world, but in the world of the barbarians they were extremely rare. This was because the barbarians did not have spiritual thoughts or yuanli. Naturally, they could not refine medicinal pills. Without deliberately explaining, Zichen took a few steps back and only stopped when he was able to look at the barbarians at eye level. He lightly coughed and said, "Today I have gathered everyone here because I have a barbarian technique to share with everyone." Barbarian technique? Chief Zichen, you know barbarian techniques? After Zichen finished speaking, a barbarian asked, "As your leader, I naturally know some barbarian techniques." Zichen paused and said, "Today I will teach you a powerful second-level barbarian technique." Chief Zichen, you should only know one second-level barbarian technique, right? And that's the most common one. We all know it. Beside Wu Man, a third-level warrior who was in the know spoke up. "You all know it? Then I will demonstrate it to you, and see if you all know it." After Zichen finished speaking, he demonstrated the second-level barbarian technique in front of all the barbarians. Seeing Zichen's extremely smooth movements, the barbarians were only surprised. They did not pay too much attention to it. In their eyes, this was the most basic barbarian technique. They all knew it, but it was not as smooth as Zichen's. "Chief Zichen, we all know this. We have already memorized the movements." A second-level warrior spoke up. Zichen had a faint smile on his face. He ignored the second-level warrior and looked at the third-level warrior. He asked, "Did you see it clearly?" The 5 third-level warriors had serious expressions on their faces. They were stronger and could naturally see that this barbarian technique was not ordinary. However, Zichen's speed was too fast. In addition, they did not pay much attention to it. By the time they realized that it was not ordinary and wanted to memorize it, Zichen had already finished. In the face of Zichen's question, the 5 of them shook their heads. Zichen turned his head to look at Wu Man. Wu Man's face was solemn, and his eyes were filled with shock. As the leader of the Raven tribe, he was very knowledgeable. The barbarian technique Zichen had just demonstrated was not simply extraordinary. It was extremely extraordinary. A mere second-level barbarian technique in Zichen's hands had the power of a third-level barbarian technique. "Did you see it clearly?" Zichen looked at Wu Man and asked. Wu Man's shocked expression disappeared, and he looked at Zichen with great admiration. He said, "Chief Zichen is indeed extraordinary. It's just that your movements were too fast, and I did not see it clearly. Chief Zichen, please demonstrate it again." Wu Man's humble attitude made the expressions of the second-level warriors change instantly. They did not see anything special about this barbarian technique, but judging from the expressions of the leader and the third-level warriors, it was obvious that this barbarian technique was not ordinary. Zichen nodded. He then swept his gaze over the barbarians and said loudly, "Everyone, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. I will repeat this action once more. You must remember every detail and every degree of change in your body. When you are able to display 90% of the power of this barbarian technique, then we will go and hunt the savage beasts." After he finished speaking, Zichen demonstrated the barbarian technique again. This time, everyone watched attentively with their eyes wide open. When they watched carefully, they found that Zichen's body technique was indeed different from the second-level barbarian technique. There were several modifications. The modifications could maximize the power, but it was also very difficult to cultivate. When Zichen finished, the second-level warriors were still in a state of confusion. Obviously, they did not remember it clearly. The third-level warriors seemed to have learned something and did not fully understand. Only the fourth-level warrior, Wu Man, kept nodding. The admiration in his eyes grew stronger. If you don't understand, ask your leader. He will be responsible for teaching you the tricks. As for the power after you master it, I will demonstrate it to you again. This will be the standard in the future. Then Zichen pointed at a barbarian next to the Wu Man and asked, You, what's your name? Leader Zichen, my name is Wu Meng. The barbarian named Wu Meng said, respectfully, You should be a third-level warrior. Come out and display your strongest defense. Zichen motioned for him to come out. Wu Meng strode out and stood 3 meters away from Zichen. I will suppress my power to the second level and use the barbarian technique just now to show you the power of 100%. If you can reach this level in the future, it means that you have succeeded. All the barbarians looked at Zichen without blinking. The barbarian, named Wu Meng, also went into full defense mode. Zichen, who was standing 3 meters away, clenched his fist and twisted his body strangely. The muscles on his body twitched, and the veins on his arms bulged as he punched Wu Meng. There was a piercing whistle in the air as the punch landed on Wu Meng's body. Then there was a muffled explosion, and the third-level warrior, Wu Meng, was sent flying. After Wu Meng was sent flying with one punch, the scene was dead silent. Release and release at will. This is a third-level barbarian technique. After the shock, the barbarians cried out in surprise. When a second-level barbarian technique was displayed, one needed to warm up, but a third-level barbarian technique did not. With just a few slight movements, one could mobilize the power in one's body. However, Zichen only knew one type of second-level barbarian technique. Didn't that mean that the third-level barbarian technique was just an evolution of the second-level barbarian technique? Leader Zichen, this is a third-level barbarian technique. Wu Meng walked over from the distance, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's right. The power of a second-level barbarian technique can be fully displayed. That's how it is now. If you have nothing else to do, you can practice it. One more barbarian technique means one more life-saving method. When they heard Zichen's words, the barbarians became excited. Zichen's actions were equivalent to creating a third-level barbarian technique for the ravens. This contribution was too great, and in just 3 days, Zichen had only been here for 3 days. The ravens had a second third-level barbarian technique. At that moment, they seemed to see the hope of the barbarians rising. All right, practice diligently. Don't be lazy. As he spoke, Zichen looked at Wu Man and said, Leader Wu Man, you said you would teach me a third-level barbarian technique, but you haven't done so yet. Now is the time to teach it to me. Wu Man was still in shock. When he heard Zichen's words, he came back to his senses. He hurried forward, his face full of gratitude, and kept thanking him. Zichen waved his hand and said, They call me Leader Zichen. That's how it should be. You don't have to be so polite. All right, quickly teach me the third-level barbarian technique. Wu Man nodded and then demonstrated the third-level barbarian technique in front of Zichen. 3 times. Wu Man only demonstrated the third-level barbarian technique to Zichen 3 times. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood, and then signaled for the other party to stop. I'm going to practice this third-level barbarian technique. As for them, I'll have to trouble Leader Wu Man to supervise them and practice diligently. Zichen instructed before he left. Of course, of course. Wu Man nodded repeatedly. He didn't look like a leader anymore, but more like one of Zichen's followers. To learn a third-level barbarian technique in just 3 times, Zichen once again showed his extraordinariness to the barbarians. The barbarians watched Zichen leave with admiring eyes. Then, one by one, they began to practice diligently. Zichen didn't just teach them a third-level barbarian technique. It was a third-level barbarian technique that even a second-level warrior could practice. Although it was a small barbarian technique, it was a huge contribution to the Ravens. The most obvious feature was that the Ravens would naturally win in a battle between second-level warriors. In danger, the Ravens who had a third-level barbarian technique would have a higher chance of survival. As soon as Zichen returned to his room, he began to practice the third-level barbarian technique that Wu Man had taught him. Chapter 775. The power of a level 3 barbarian technique was much stronger than that of a level 2 barbarian technique. Once it was perfected, the power of a level 3 barbarian technique would reach its peak. Zichen was trying to comprehend a level 3 barbarian technique. At the same time, he was practicing it in the empty room. After half a day, he had gained a lot. Within the barbarian tribe, only those of a certain level could practice the corresponding barbarian technique. For example, a level 2 warrior's body was not strong enough. If he were to practice a level 3 barbarian technique, he would exhaust too much of his strength and damage his bones. It was like a person who could only lift 20 pounds but insisted on lifting 40 to 50 pounds. Naturally, he would not succeed. It was the same for practicing barbarian techniques. If it was light, he would not be able to progress. If it was heavy, he would strain his bones and tendons, leaving behind a fatal wound that could never be healed. Zichen was practicing a level 3 barbarian technique with ease. Clearly, he had not reached the limit of his body. He estimated that his strength should be around the level 4 barbarian technique, or the peak of the level 3 barbarian technique, or the beginning of the level 4 barbarian technique. According to the classification of the human realm, it would be the peak of the early primal core stage, or the beginning of the middle primal core stage. Of course, this was referring to the strength of his body. It had nothing to do with his elemental power. The door to Zichen's room was pushed open, and Una walked in with 2 large bowls in her hands. The bowls were as big as basins, and steam was rising out from them. Chief Zichen, time to eat. Una placed a large bowl on the stone table. One of the bowls was filled with cooked savage beast meat. They were all large chunks of meat, weighing at least 5 kilograms. The other bowl was filled with meat soup mixed with herbs. The aroma of the meat soup was completely covered by the smell of the herbs. The taste of these 2 foods was not good, but they were the favorite of the barbarians. After consuming these foods, they could increase one's strength. According to Una, this was the meat of a peak level 3 barbarian beast. In the Crow tribe, which did not have many resources, not everyone was able to eat such good food. Not everyone could even eat level 2 barbarian beast meat, let alone level 3 barbarian beast meat. The stone table and stone stool in the room were custom-made for Zichen. If not, he would have to squat on the stone stool while eating. With less than 1/10 of the yuan power in his body, Zichen was no different from a barbarian. After cultivating for half a day, he felt his stomach empty and his stomach rumbling with hunger. Therefore, after thanking the barbarian, he sat down on the stone bench and began to eat. Zichen frowned slightly as the large piece of meat entered his stomach. He had been eating the same food for the past few days, and even though he was famished, he still felt that the taste was not good. Moreover, whether it was the meat soup or the meat, there was a bitter herbal taste. "Looks like we need to think of a way to improve our diet," Zichen mumbled as he chewed on the beast meat. Suddenly, Zichen seemingly noticed something. He turned his head to the side and saw that Una had not left as she usually did. Instead, she was standing beside Zichen, her head lowered as she watched Zichen eat. There was a slightly perturbed expression on her face. "Haven't you eaten yet?" "Sit down and eat," Zichen invited him insincerely. It was not because he was stingy with the beast meat. Rather, it was because he had to sit down and eat with such a big body. Furthermore, it was a woman. Zi Chen felt somewhat conflicted. No, no, this is something that only the leader can enjoy, Una quickly refused. However, after refusing, she did not immediately leave. Is there a matter? Zi Chen asked again. Una nodded her head, a rare bashful expression appearing on her face. She lowered her voice and said, Leader is going to teach us a level 2 berserker technique today. I wonder if we can learn it. You, didn't I teach it to everyone? Zi Chen's face was filled with confusion. Una paused for a moment, seemingly having made up her mind. She then said, What we mean is us women. Today, you have only gathered the men who have reached level 2 in the tribe. You did not gather us women. That is why I am here to ask the leader if you can teach us this level 3 berserker technique. A look of realization appeared on Zi Chen's face. Earlier, when he only saw the men and not the women, he felt that it was strange and thought that none of the women in the tribe had reached level 2. Leader, you don't agree. Una anxiously waited for Zi Chen's reply. When she saw that Zi Chen did not immediately reply, she asked again, Why would I not agree? Go tell the leader of the Crow Barbarians that I am the one who said it. Ask him to teach it to you, Zi Chen said with a smile. That's great. Leader Zi Chen, you are the best. Una jumped up in joy, causing the entire room to tremble. After that, the excited Una leaned toward Zi Chen. It was unknown if she was going to hug him or do something else. Swoosh! Zi Chen dodged by reflex. He moved as fast as lightning. In Una's eyes, Zi Chen's entire body transformed into a beam of light and disappeared before her eyes. This scene caused Una to be stunned on the spot. Zi Chen moved far away and said to Una, All right, I am going to eat. You can leave now. Make use of this time to practice. When you become a level 3 warrior, I will teach you a level 3 berserker technique. Una's eyes were filled with both excitement and shock. She nodded her head and quickly ran out to share this good news with the others. After Una left, Zi Chen had no choice but to continue eating the unpalatable food. Zi Chen took a full hour to eat the 10 jin worth of food. After that, Zi Chen continued practicing his level 3 berserker technique. 3 days passed by quickly. During these 3 days, Zi Chen rarely went out. When it was time to eat, Una once again came to deliver food. Seeing that the quality and quantity of the food had clearly decreased, Zi Chen guessed that the Crow tribe had run out of resources. Normally, the Crow tribe would go out once every few days. However, as of late, everyone had been practicing their level 2 berserker technique and did not go out to hunt. Naturally, there was not much meat left. Zi Chen finished all the food and left the room. In the open space outside the room, a group of barbarians were seriously practicing their level 2 berserker technique. The Crow barbarians were supervising them. As a level 4 warrior, Crow barbarian's rate of improvement was undoubtedly the fastest. Although he had yet to master the essence of the level 2 berserker technique, in just a few days, he was able to unleash 80% of its power. Seeing Zi Chen walking over, the group of barbarians stopped and bowed towards Zi Chen. Has everyone eaten? Zi Chen asked. Everyone was startled at first, but they quickly nodded their heads and shouted that they had eaten. However, just as they finished speaking, one of the barbarians' stomach failed to live up to expectations and began growling. After practicing for the entire morning, it was only natural that they would be hungry. The growling stomach caused the barbarian's face to turn red. The other barbarians glared at the barbarian. Chief Zi Chen, Crow Barbarian, stepped forward, seemingly wanting to explain something. However, he was interrupted by Zi Chen, who waved his hand. Go get some food now. After eating, we'll go hunting. Hunting? Chief Zi Chen, didn't you say that if we can't master this technique, we won't go hunting? The group of barbarians were startled. Hearing that, Zi Chen snickered and said, Before you can master it, all of you will be starving to death. The group of barbarians disbanded and went to prepare the food. Crow Barbarian stayed behind. He looked at Zichin and asked, "Chief Zichin, where are we going to hunt?" "We'll go wherever you usually go. We usually go to the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range, 40 miles away. There are level 1 to 3 savage beasts there. It's very suitable for us." Crow Barbarian said, "Okay, we'll go there." Zichin nodded. If he wanted the Crow tribe to rise, the first thing Zichin had to do was to provide everyone with a sufficient source of food. For the barbarians, food was everything. This was because all the power they needed was obtained from food. Compared to Zichen's previous barbarian land, this was a true barbarian land. The barbarians here were almost uncivilized. They didn't even have the most basic language. Barbarian techniques had to be passed down orally or learned from the beast god. After an hour, the group of barbarians finished gathering. There were 3 level 3 warriors, 20 level 2 warriors, and Crow Barbarian. As for the others, they had to stay behind to guard the tribe. They had beast tendons wrapped around their waists and stone tools in their hands. Their faces were filled with excitement and fanaticism. For this hunt, there was one more Zichin. He was able to send a level 3 warrior flying with a single blow. His battle strength was naturally very strong. With one more powerful battle strength, everyone was happy. They also expected that the harvest this time would not be small. After Zichin nodded and Crow Barbarian waved his hand, the group set off. During this time, Zichin also asked Crow Barbarian about the situation in the barbarian world. It seemed that after coming here, Zichin had never talked to Crow Barbarian. Crow Barbarian's answer was contrary to Zichin's expectations. This barbarian world was not uncivilized. There were pills, weapons, and even wild beasts. However, these were all in large tribes with tens of thousands of people. There are also places to trade here, but it's 1,000 miles away from here. My father went there once, and he told me all this. As he spoke of his father, Crow Barbarian's face was filled with pride. This was because his father was a level 5 warrior, the only level 5 warrior in the entire Crow tribe. Unfortunately, this level 5 warrior had gone deep into the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range in order to let the Crow tribe live a better life. His only level 4 barbarian technique was also lost in the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. For cultivators who could fly, 1,000 miles was only a matter of a few breaths. However, for the barbarians who could not fly and could only walk, this was an extremely long road. Moreover, the Crow tribe was as poor as a church mouse. They simply did not have anything worth trading. The Crow tribe was the lowest of the barbarian tribes. It was unrealistic to want this tribe to become a large tribe in a short period of time. This was because they did not have barbarians. Without barbarians, they could not form a large tribe. Crow Barbarian was also not greedy. In the chat, he told Zichin that as long as the Crow tribe could defend themselves against the attacks of other tribes, it would be fine. The Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range was the dense forest that Zichin had seen when he first arrived. It was also the place where the Crow tribe hunted wild beasts. As for the origin of the name, it was said that in the depths of the mountain range, there lived a powerful barbarian dragon. After entering the mountain range today, Zichin saw that the level 2 barbarians were busy. They were searching for some herbs in the dense forest. Zichin could tell at a glance that these herbs were things that were usually put in food. Moreover, there were many of them. Out of curiosity, Zichin bent down and picked one, then put it in his mouth and chewed. Don't. When Crow Barbarian saw this scene and was about to open his mouth to stop it, it was already too late. Chapter 776. As he chewed, a medicinal juice filled his mouth. Zichin immediately felt his tongue go numb. This thing is poisonous. Zichin turned to look at Wu Man. If he guessed correctly, these were the medicinal herbs he usually ate. This is called ma su grass. It is a highly poisonous substance. If a second-rank warrior accidentally swallows it, they will definitely die. If a third-rank warrior mistakenly eats it, their body will also show signs of being poisoned and they will need to lie down for a long time. Wu Man's eyes were clearly filled with shock as he explained. Clearly, Zi-Chun was fine after swallowing this medicinal herb. This meant that his strength had already surpassed the third rank and reached the fourth rank. The ravens had another fourth-rank warrior. This shocked Wu Man, and he also felt a deep sense of respect for Zi-Chun. Zi-Chun had been here for less than 10 hourglasses, which was 10 days, and he had already reached the fourth rank. If I'm not wrong, this herb is in the food we usually eat. Zi-Chun spat out the ma-su grass in a single breath. Yes, but the ma-su grass we eat has been processed. The poison in it has been completely removed, leaving only the effect of increasing strength. After Wu Man finished speaking, Zi-Chun shook his head. After obtaining the inheritance of the everlasting sect, although Zi-Chun had not yet refined pills, he was not the kind of person who knew nothing about medicinal herbs. When he put the ma-su grass in his mouth, other than numbness and wood, it had no other effect. Saying that this ma-su grass had the effect of increasing strength was simply nonsense. Zi-Chun glanced at Wu Man and asked, "How did you get rid of the poison in it?" "Using the rhizome of the ma-su grass. Separate the rhizome from the leaves. This is highly poisonous, but if mixed together, it becomes non-poisonous." While speaking, Wu Man dug out a section of the rhizome of the ma-su grass and handed it to Zi-Chun. Zi-Chun picked it up, looked at it, and then put it in his mouth. A moment later, the numb feeling from before appeared again. Zi-Chun also felt that the roots and leaves were somewhat different. When the two were put together, they could indeed complement each other and offset each other. After Zi-Chun spat out the rhizome, he said to the dumbfounded barbarians, "You are not allowed to add this to your food in the future. How is this a strength-increasing herb? It is clearly poison. How is this possible?" All the barbarians were stunned. They had been eating this kind of thing for more than 10 years. Not only that, their ancestors had been eating this kind of thing for generations. "Lord Zi-Chun, is there a mistake? There are other herbs in the food we eat," the Crow barbarian leader asked. "Oh, what herbs did you put in there? Bring me all of them. Since we're here, we can settle the matter of the herbs at the same time." The group of barbarians dispersed and went to look for the medicinal herbs in the food. About half an hour later, everyone came back one after another with all kinds of medicinal herbs in their hands. There were more than 10 kinds of herbs that were usually put in the food, and they were all placed in front of Zi-Chun. After that, Zi-Chun tasted them one by one. During the tasting, Zi-Chun perceived the effects of the herbs through the medicinal liquid. Among the 10 or so herbs, Zi-Chun recognized a few. As for the effects of the other herbs, after personally tasting them, Zi-Chun came to a conclusion. The barbarians did not hunt the savage beasts. Instead, they all stared at Zi-Chun. When Zi-Chun opened his eyes, they all asked him how it was. "Before I find a suitable prescription, it's best that you all don't add these things into your food. There are many types of medicinal herbs, but their effects are not uniform. Some of them even go against each other. Not only are they unable to increase one's strength, they even reduce the effect of the savage beast meat." Zi-Chun's explanation clearly shocked the barbarians. Could it be that there really was a problem? There must have been a problem at that time. The barbarians' expressions changed. They felt bitter in their hearts, but no one questioned Zi-Chun's explanation. It must have been that damned black tribe more than 10 years ago. It's all their fault. A barbarian roared loudly. He became extremely agitated. Wu Man scolded the barbarians loudly. The barbarians no longer roared, but they became extremely disappointed. Looking at these barbarians, Zi-Chun could not help but shake his head. They had been hunting here for more than 10 years, but they did not have a deep understanding of this place. At this moment, their loud roars would naturally attract the savage beasts. Everyone, cheer up. The savage beasts are coming. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the disappointed barbarians became vigilant. Then they heard rustling sounds. Savage beasts. There really are savage beasts, and there are a lot of them. Hearing the sounds, the barbarians' expressions changed. They quickly got into a defensive position. The sounds were coming from all directions. Obviously, many savage beasts were coming from all directions. It seemed that after hunting for more than 10 years, this was the first time they were surrounded by savage beasts. The barbarians' faces revealed a nervous expression. Compared to most of the barbarians, the savage beasts of the same level were much stronger. If they were to fight one-on-one, the barbarians would definitely be the ones to die. Everyone became alert and protected Zichen in the middle. Compared to the nervous expressions of the barbarians, Zichen's expression was a lot calmer. The barbarians did not have spirit sense, but Zichen did. He had already sensed the arrival of the savage beasts. At this moment, he was bending down to collect the herbs and put them into his spirit ring. Zichen's spirit sense was enough to open the spirit ring to store things. As the rustling sounds got closer, the barbarians held their weapons even tighter. They stared straight ahead. After a few breaths, huge heads emerged from the tall shrubs and appeared in front of everyone. These are savage wolves, a pack of savage wolves. When the barbarians saw that huge head, their complexion changed drastically. Barbarian wolves were extremely difficult to deal with. Not only were they powerful, but they also lived in packs. Once they were surrounded, even a higher-level savage beast would have to retreat in defeat. The number of savage wolves that appeared had already exceeded 10. Their eyes emitted a cruel bloody light as they stared at the barbarians. They opened their mouths and revealed their sharp fangs. When these savage wolves appeared, they did not attack immediately. This made many people's hearts sink. There was only one reason why these savage wolves did not attack, and that was because their leader was not here yet. It's over. I didn't think that we would encounter savage wolves as soon as we came out. Today is not a good day. The three warriors' faces were bitter. Wu Man's face was also very ugly. These savage wolves are all at the peak of rank 2. Their battle strength is not weak, but their leader is even more terrifying. It is definitely a rank 3. The barbarians formed a circle and were on guard. Wu Man turned his head to look at Zichen and said, "Leader Zichen, when the battle starts, you must decisively leave. If you can leave alive today, please help our Raven tribe." Zichen did not speak. His gaze was fixed in the direction of the bushes. Using his spiritual senses, he found that the barbarian wolf leader was hiding there. Its cold eyes were fixed on Wu Man. It was hiding in the bushes, bending its body, and slowly moving closer to Wu Man, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Zichen's face showed a trace of surprise. He didn't think that this beast would have such intelligence. It seemed to have surpassed many barbarians. Using his spiritual sense, Zichen did not see the leader of the savage wolves give the order to attack. However, the pack of savage wolves jumped out of the bushes and bit at the approaching barbarians. "Fight the enemy. Be careful. The leader of the savage wolves should be nearby." Wu Man shouted. He then took a step forward and attacked a savage wolf that was pouncing at him. Wu Man's muscles twitched. He then clenched his fist and used his 3rd-level barbarian technique, hitting a savage wolf's head. Pow! The savage wolf was hit in the head and was instantly sent flying. When it landed, its head was in a mess and it was almost knocked unconscious. Seeing this, the surprise on Zichen's face grew. The 4th-level Wu Man's 3rd-level barbarian technique didn't break the 2nd-level savage wolf skull. It didn't even knock it out. It was clear that this savage beast was indeed extraordinary. After that, the other barbarians also encountered the savage wolves. However, the result was the same. After using their powerful attacks, they only forced the savage wolves to retreat but did not kill them. Only a few barbarians used stone tools to leave shallow wounds on the savage wolves. Don't hit the head. The savage wolf's head is the hardest. Hit the weak spot. Wu Man, who had attacked, immediately shouted. However, the retreating savage wolves had already launched their second wave of attacks. Their attacks were no different from those of ordinary beasts. They either had sharp claws or large mouths. However, every time they charged, they carried the power of a giant mountain. In a direct confrontation, the powerful barbarians didn't have the upper hand. They were either sent flying or knocked to the ground. Barbarians are human warriors, and savage beasts are transformed wild beasts or ancient beasts without Yuanli. Zichen stood in the middle of the battlefield and watched the entire battle. This was the most primitive battle. All methods were a contest of strength. There was no strong Yuanli, no terrifying techniques, only pure force. Pung! During the attack, Wu Man finally found an opportunity to attack a savage wolf's weak spot. With a muffled sound, the savage wolf's body was broken, and it instantly lost its ability to fight. After a successful attack, before Wu Man could relax, 2 more savage wolves rushed towards him. After sending one flying, the other left a long wound on Wu Man's body. As a 4th-level warrior, Wu Man was injured by the savage wolf's attack, not to mention the other barbarians. After sending another savage wolf flying, Wu Man loudly commanded, "Retreat, hurry up, and retreat. There are many of them. Cover Chief Zichen as he retreats." The barbarians fought as they retreated. The injured barbarians held onto their stone tools, while the others faced the savage wolves outside. Once there was an opportunity, they would use their stone tools to attack the savage wolves. Although the barbarians were no match for the wolves, there were no immediate casualties. Their cooperation could be considered tacit. "Chief Zichen, hurry up and retreat." Wu Man shouted again. After repelling another savage wolf, he turned his head to look at Zichen. At that moment, the leader of the savage wolves, who had been hiding a few meters away from Wu Man, took advantage of Wu Man's distraction to jump up and viciously bite his neck. Chapter 777. Zichen had brought everyone out to hunt, and the first battle they encountered was a pack of wolves. Moreover, there were more than 20 of them. After seeing the savage beasts and understanding their attacking methods, Zichen naturally had to make a move. The pressure on the barbarians was increasing. Just as Zichen was about to make a move, he discovered that the alpha wolf was attacking the barbarians. The barbarians hadn't discovered it yet, or perhaps they had discovered it but couldn't react in time. Thus, Zichen could only make a move against the alpha wolf. Zichen tapped his foot and began to mobilize the power hidden in his body. A faint golden light appeared on the surface of his body. He was like a bolt of golden lightning, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the barbarians, blocking the alpha wolf. Then, under the shocked gazes of the barbarians, Zichen stretched out his hand and pressed down on the head of the barbarian wolf leader. Moreover, he pressed down on the head of the barbarian wolf leader at lightning speed. Then the barbarian wolf leader fell to the ground. At first glance, it was as if Zichen had grabbed the alpha wolf's head and fiercely smashed it into the ground. Bang! Under Zichen's great strength, the alpha wolf's head heavily smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. One had to admit that the alpha wolf's head was tough enough. Zichen's fierce strike actually didn't break it. Awoo! The alpha wolf fell to the ground and let out an angry howl. However, this howl suddenly stopped. The alpha wolf's head was lifted up by Zichen once again and fiercely smashed into the ground. The earth once again shook, and then the alpha wolf's anguished howl rang out. The entire battlefield stopped because of Zichen's move. Not only did the barbarians give up attacking, but even the wolves turned to look at Zichen. Zichen's body was too small compared to the barbarians, But this small body was able to suppress the alpha wolf. For the third time, Zichen lifted the alpha wolf's head and smashed it into the ground again. Bang! The earth continued to tremble. After the tremors, there was a continuous tremor caused by Zichen's continuous attacks. Amidst the tremors, there seemed to be the alpha wolf's unwilling and angry howl. Here, looking at this scene, all the barbarians became speechless. This was too powerful, too valiant, too domineering. He was able to suppress the leader of the barbarian wolves all by himself. Moreover, he was able to pick it up like he was picking up a little chick and smash it into the ground with all his strength. Amidst the rumbling sound, a deep pit the size of a human head was formed on the ground. The deep pit was stained with red blood, and fresh blood continuously flowed out from the mouth, nose, ears, and eyes of the barbarian wolf leader. Zichen was expressionless as he struck again and again. It looked like a simple strike, but every time Zichen moved, the perfect body would provide a powerful force. Otherwise, how could he suppress the alpha wolf's resistance? The howl of the alpha wolf finally changed from anger to fear. When the alpha wolf was smashed by Zichen dozens of times and was on the verge of death, the other barbaric wolves finally reacted. They first let out a warning growl, but when they realized that the warning was not needed, they bent their bodies, borrowed the force, and pounced on Zichen. Leader Zichen, be careful! Wu Man cried out in alarm. However, his warning was clearly a step too late. Just as the barbaric wolves moved, Zichen had already turned around. When the barbaric wolves jumped up and pounced on Zichen, Zichen had already clenched his fist. The level 3 barbarian technique that had evolved to the extreme was displayed. The power in Zichen's body was easily mobilized by Zichen under the barbarian technique. Zichen's fist emitted a faint golden light, as if a stream of elemental energy had appeared on the surface of his fist. After that, Zichen clenched his fist and punched. Zichen's punch landed on the head of a barbaric wolf. With a loud bang, the barbaric wolf was sent flying. As it flew backward, the clear sound of bones breaking could be heard. The hardest part of the barbaric wolf's body, its skull, was shattered by Zichen's punch. The barbaric wolf was also killed by Zichen's powerful attack. A single punch killed a barbaric wolf. However, there were even more barbaric wolves that pounced on Zichen. For the sake of their leader, they were not afraid of death. After that, Zichen's attacks were carried out under the petrified expressions of the barbarians. Moreover, Zichen's attacks were very simple. He clenched his fist and punched. However, such a simple attack contained an extremely terrifying power. Every time he punched, a barbaric wolf would be killed. There were more than 20 barbaric wolves, and they were known as a pack. However, under Zichen's powerful attacks, how could 20 barbaric wolves be enough to kill them? Reality proved that when they knew that they were no match, not only were humans afraid of death, even barbaric beasts were afraid of death. When Zichen killed the 8th barbaric wolf, the rest of the barbaric wolves felt that something was wrong. There was hesitation in their fierce eyes. When the 10th barbaric wolf died, the barbaric wolves had the intention to retreat. When the 12th barbaric wolf died, the rest of the barbaric wolves began to flee in fear. The barbarians were still in a state of shock and did not chase after the fleeing barbaric wolves. The leader of the barbaric wolves was still alive, and Zichen had no interest in chasing after a mere level 2 barbaric wolf. After killing 12 barbaric wolves, Zichen's right fist was not stained with blood. He turned around, lowered his head, and looked at the leader of the barbaric wolves with cold eyes. The leader of the barbaric wolves' eyes were filled with fear. However, after being beaten to the point of death by Zichen, it did not have the strength to escape. It did not even have the strength to wag its tail in a friendly manner. Then it saw this extremely ferocious, short barbarian, clenching his fist and ruthlessly punching towards its head. When the first punch landed, the ground trembled. The leader of the barbaric wolves felt as if its head was about to explode. However, when the second punch landed, it had already lost its senses. With 2 punches, Zichen defeated the leader of the barbaric wolves. Zichen stood up and swung his wrist. Using pure strength to attack actually made his hand feel a little sore. After killing more than 10 barbaric wolves, Zichen had a clear understanding of the strength of his own body. Level 4. According to the barbarian standards, his perfect body was level 4. However, the perfect body of a level 4 barbarian, whether it was defense or attack, surpassed Wu Man's body. The battle was over, but the barbarians were still in a daze. They did not immediately clean up the battlefield. Each and every one of them stared blankly at Zichen. Their expressions were extremely shocked. "What are you all looking at me for? I can't be eaten as food. Hurry up and collect the spoils of war." Zichen looked at everyone and said. Only then did the barbarians react. They quickly rushed towards the dead barbaric wolves. Although they began to collect the spoils of war, the shock on their faces did not dissipate for a long time. Wu Man walked in front of Zichen. His face was filled with respect and awe. Zichen's extremely brutal attack had really frightened Wu Man, leader Zichen. "May I ask if you are already a level 4 warrior?" Wu Man asked. His voice was filled with excitement and surprise. There was also a trace of apprehension and hesitation. Zichen turned his head to look at Wu Man and said, "I just stepped into level 4. Why, is there a problem?" Previously it was only a guess. Now that it was confirmed, Wu Man laughed happily. "Great, a level 4 warrior. Our Raven tribe has another level 4 warrior. Then we can also try to comprehend the Beast God statue." "Beast God statue? What Beast God statue?" Zichen asked. "It's the method to obtain the barbarian techniques that I told you about. The Beast God's incarnation can comprehend a level 4 barbarian technique. That is a true level 4 barbarian technique. If I can master it, I can easily kill the barbaric wolves." Wu Man said excitedly. Zichen nodded. The power of a berserker art that had evolved to the peak of the 3rd level was already very impressive. A 4th level berserker art would naturally be stronger than a 3rd level berserker art. Zichen's face was clearly moved when he heard that. Seeing Zichen nod his head, Wu Man was extremely happy. He then said to the other barbarians, "All right, let's go back quickly." "We can go back." "Great, we can go back and practice a level 2 barbarian technique. Leader Zichen is really too powerful. You only need to attack once and we can go back." The rest of the barbarians spoke one after another. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable admiration. However, Zichen was stunned. "Go back? We're going back now. We just got here." But after he turned around, he understood what was going on. A barbaric wolf was more than 3 meters in size. These barbarians could only carry one each. They either carried the barbaric wolf on their shoulders or tied it with beast tendons and carried it on their backs. Including the leader, there were a total of 13 barbaric wolves. If each of them carried one, they would need 13 people. In the group, 2 of them were seriously injured. 15 of them had lost their ability to fight. It seemed that the group did not have the ability to continue. "We still need to go deeper. These things are not enough," Zichen said as he looked at the group. "Leader Zichen, that's enough. These things are more than enough. This time, we have gained the most from the hunt." A barbarian spoke and the others nodded. Zichen shook his head again and said, "What I mean is not enough to eat. It's not just simple food. It's to increase everyone's power. Only level 3 or 4 barbaric beasts can increase everyone's power. Therefore, we need to hunt these beasts. Level 3 or 4 barbaric beasts. Can we kill them?" The barbarians were worried. "Yes," Zichen said confidently. The barbarians naturally did not doubt Zichen, but looking at the barbaric beasts in their hands, their eyes were filled with reluctance. "Put these things down. I'll clean them up. As he spoke, Chen took a big step forward. When he asked the barbarians to clean up the battlefield, he neglected the fact that the barbarians did not have a spatial spirit ring. The barbarians did not know what was going on, but they did not dare to disobey Chen. They put down the barbaric beasts and walked to the side. Then they saw a miraculous scene. Wherever Chen walked to, the barbaric beasts would automatically disappear with a wave of his hand. After waving his hand a dozen times, all the barbaric beasts had disappeared. All the barbarians were stunned. They stared at Chen. Wu Man even asked Leader Chen, "Where did those barbaric beasts go?" Chen waved the spatial spirit ring on his finger and said, "They are in here." Ignoring the barbarians' surprised and shocked gazes, Chen pointed at the herbs on a barbarian's back and said, "Mix ma-su grass, mine grass, and this blue herb together. Then apply the medicinal liquid on your wounds." Chapter 778. In the world of the barbarians, there was no spiritual energy. Naturally, there were no natural herbs. Even the herbs that were picked were ordinary herbs. These herbs were not very old. Of course, there were some herbs that were over 100 years old. These were already considered rare. The herbs that Chen casually mixed had a very special effect. After applying the medicine to the wound, not only could it stop the bleeding, it could also stop the pain and speed up the recovery of the injury. Of course, the effect was not as fast as the blood-healing pill. When they continued on the road, Chen had completely become the core of the group. After knowing that Chen was already a 4th-level warrior, all the barbarians' faces were filled with unconcealable excitement. With Chen's addition, it was equivalent to having 2 4th-level warriors. This was completely equal to the Black Tribe. There was hope for them to obtain the Beast God statue. Once they obtained the right to study the Beast God statue, then the Crow Tribe would have their own 4th-level barbarian technique. The group began to go deeper. As the sky approached, night fell. The world of the barbarians was completely black and white. There was no sunlight during the day and no Xingqian or the moon at night. Once night fell, the world would become so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. The barbarians, who were previously excited, slowly became nervous as the night fell and the low growls of all kinds of savage beasts rang out. "It's dark. Let's rest here tonight. Let's get something to eat first," Chen said, although he was not familiar with this place. Compared to the barbarians, Chen had traveled extensively and seen a lot of the world. In terms of age, Chen seemed to be older than the Crow Tribe. The place that Chen chose to rest was on a high ground. The location was very good. After the barbarians spread out, some barbarians brought food to Chen. This was cooked and air-dried meat. It was very hard, and there was a strong herbal smell on it. The barbarians handed over 4 or 5 strips. Chen held it in his hand and frowned slightly. But when he looked at the other barbarians, he saw that they actually split the meat into 2. It seemed that there was not much food in the tribe, and they did not bring much. Chen threw the jerky to the others and said, "You guys eat." The barbarian, who took the dried meat, was obviously surprised. He asked, then, "Chief Chen, what do you want to eat?" "I'll just eat the barbecued meat." Chen pretended to take out the raw meat. However, Wu Man, who had guessed Chen's actions, quickly stopped him and said, "Chief Chen, you can't do that. It's night, and all the savage beasts are out. They are not blind like us. They can see everything, and most of them hunt at night." Hearing this, Chen smiled and asked, "Then what level of savage beast do you think my fire will attract?" "Level 5 or 6. Hearing this, Wu Man laughed and said, "Chief Chen must be joking. How can there be 5th or 6th level savage beasts in this peripheral area? At most, it will attract 4th level ones." Then he said seriously, "But 4th level savage beasts are not easy to deal with." Chen nodded. Then he stretched out his hand, and a small flame appeared in the palm of his hand. It was obvious that he was going to act willfully. This scene was like a magic trick, and it made many barbarians curious. Wu Man seemed to want to say something, but his mouth moved, but he didn't open his mouth. The small flame in the palm of his hand made Zi Chen's face red. He glanced at the barbarians beside him and said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and find some dry wood. Today, I'll let you have a good meal." Hearing that there was delicious food, several barbarians stood up and walked away. After a while, they came back with some dry wood. Then, a burning bonfire appeared in front of Zichen. Zichen rummaged through his spirit ring and finally found a long spear at the level of an elixir weapon. Before coming, Zichen had already cleaned out his spirit ring and left all the useless things in the heavenly barbarian pavilion. The long spear in front of him belonged to the cultivator, called who had poisoned him. The appearance of the long spear made the barbarians feel dazzled. They all stared at the long spear in Zichen's hand with wide eyes. "What is this? A weapon?" "It's actually a glowing weapon." "Chief Zichen, this is your weapon." The barbarians came forward and stared at the long spear in Zichen's hand. Wu Man was also very curious. He knew that there were very strange weapons in the outside world, but he had never seen one before. "This is a weapon, but it's not my weapon." Zichen smiled and explained. Then he used his spiritual thoughts to control the purple gold gourd and took out a large piece of ancient beast meat. Currently, Zichen's spiritual thoughts were still very weak. He could not summon the lightning in the purple gold gourd, nor could he control it. However, taking out a piece of ancient beast meat was not a problem at all. The purple gold gourd contained these things thanks to the devil ape. If it had not insisted that Zichen put these things in, Zichen would not have taken them. The glowing weapon was already an eye-opener for the barbarians. However, when they saw the glowing meat in Zichen's hand, they were also stunned. Glowing meat, there's actually glowing meat. The large piece of ancient beast meat was dozens of kilograms. Zichen skillfully separated it and pierced it all on the long spear. Then he put the meat on the bonfire and began to roast it. The demonic ape was delicious, and since Zichen had the ancient beast meat on him, he naturally had seasonings as well. These were all the best seasonings the humans could find. As the various seasonings were sprinkled on the meat, the glow of the ancient beast meat began to recede, and the skin slowly turned golden. The barbarians who were eating the jerky also put down the food in their hands after smelling the aroma of the roasted meat. They looked at Zichen eagerly. In this dark night, the fragrance of the roasted meat spread out from the forest. When the meat was about to be cooked, the barbarians could no longer sit still. "There's only so much food. It's not enough to fill your stomachs. You guys should eat the jerky. Just try this," Zichen said with a smile, after which he distributed the barbecued meat, leaving only one piece for himself. The golden roasted meat was cooked with a lot of seasonings, and Zichen's taste was perfect. The roasted meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The group of barbarians ate so much that they almost swallowed their tongues. They said that this was the most delicious dinner they had ever had in their lives. The only pity was that there was too little roasted meat to fill their stomachs. Seeing how everyone was enjoying the food, Zichen, who was eating a piece of roasted meat alone, didn't feel full. Usually in the outside world, Zichen wouldn't feel hungry even if he didn't eat for months. However, there wasn't any heaven and earth spirit energy here, and Zichen only had a little bit of essence force in his body. He was no different from a mortal and would feel hungry. Anyway, the devil ape had asked him to bring a lot of ancient beast king meat. Zichen simply let go and roasted it again. When he took out a bigger piece of raw meat than the previous one, many barbarians cried out in alarm. Many of them quietly put away their dried meat strips. Zichen used a small knife to cut open the ancient beast meat and then sprinkled the condiments. After everything was done, He handed the spear to Wu Man. Zi Chen's action stunned Wu Man. You roast it. I want to move my muscles, Zi Chen said with a smile. Wu Man and the other barbarians were puzzled. They did not know why Zi Chen wanted to move his muscles in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Wu Man's ears twitched and his expression changed. As a rank 4 warrior, he naturally heard the sound that others could not. Take it. Under Zi Chen's signal, Wu Man took the spear. His hands were trembling. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid of the sound he had just heard, but because he was excited to hold a weapon from the outside world for the first time. Zi Chen stood up. Wu Man sat in Zi Chen's previous position and began to roast the meat. However, his face was clearly filled with worry. If you get distracted and burn the meat, you won't be able to eat for 3 days. Zi Chen strode into the forest. When his figure disappeared under the illumination of the flames, his voice could be heard. Wu Man's hand trembled and the spear almost fell. However, he smiled. Zi Chen's action was clearly telling him that he could handle it. Leader Wu Man, where did Leader Zi Chen go to move his muscles? A barbarian asked curiously. Wu Man looked at the crowd and said seriously, from now on, you can call me Wu Man or Big Brother. Don't call me leader. Remember, from today on, there is only one leader, and that is Leader Zi Chen. When Wu Man's extremely serious voice fell, the barbarians nodded one after another. At this moment, in the dark night that had just quietened down, a shrill cry of a savage beast rang out. This cry was accompanied by the extremely clear sound of bones shattering. This sound seemed to break the silence of the night. The next moment, all kinds of beasts roared, and the sound continued to reverberate in the forest. Not good, there's a savage beast. The barbarians heard this, and their expressions changed dramatically. They stood up one after another, holding the stone tools in their hands tightly. Wu Man, who was holding the spear, also had the impulse to fight at this moment. However, it seemed that the other end of the spear was barbecued meat. Moreover, he had to follow Zi Chen's words and fight another battle. Therefore, Wu Man shouted, "Sit down." "What are you doing?" "There's a savage beast." "Leader Wu Man, there's a savage beast." "I know there are savage beasts, but you all sit down." "Didn't you ask where Leader Zi Chen went to move his muscles?" "Then I'll tell you. He went to find those savage beasts to move his muscles." Wu Man looked up at the barbarians and said, "With your little strength, you'll be a burden to Leader Zi Chen. So sit down and wait for Leader Zi Chen to come back." "But Leader Wu Man, no buts. Sit down." "Also," I said, "don't call me Leader Wu Man, call me Wu Man or Big Brother Wu Man." Wu Man said loudly. "Leader Wu Man." Another voice sounded. Wu Man turned his head in dissatisfaction and looked at Wu La. I said, "Call me Wu Man or Big Brother Wu Man." Wu La laughed and pointed at the barbecued meat in front of Wu Man. "Well, Big Brother Wu Man, you haven't cooked the meat in a long time. It's almost burnt." Chapter 779. Amidst the laughter of the barbarians, there were continuous screams coming from another direction. These were the cries of the savage beasts. They were extremely mournful, and the forest shook continuously. At the same time, there were sounds of bones breaking. In the darkness of the night, most of the barbarians could not see anything. But if they could, they would find that the beasts had all died in one blow, and their wounds were all on their heads. After the waves of mournful cries, there are sounds of running in panic. These savage beasts were not weak. Seeing that things were not going well, they began to run away in fear. These were all level 2 and 3 savage beasts. They were useless to Zi Chen, and even the Raven tribe would not be of much use. Zi Chen did not chase after them, nor did he kill them. Instead, he turned around and went back. After cleaning up the battlefield and returning, the Raven tribe's barbecue was almost done. Although there was a spot that was slightly charred, the rest of the barbecue was not bad. Zi Chen went alone and returned alone. No one knew what Zi Chen's harvest was, and no one dared to ask. Some barbarians tried to guess his harvest from Zi-Chen's expression, but Zi-Chen's expression when he left was the same as when he returned. After that, they divided the meat and ate it. Everyone ate heartily, but the two barbecued meat could only satisfy their cravings. After the previous massacre, no more savage beasts dared to attack them. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, everyone continued to go deeper. During this time, they also saw many level 1 and level 2 savage beasts. Just as they were about to kill them, they were stopped by Zi-Chen. Level 1 and level 2 savage beasts were useless besides filling their stomachs. Killing too many of them was useless. Therefore, on the second day, they did not gain anything. But in the second half of the day, when they saw level 3 savage beasts, Zi-Chen signaled for everyone to attack. Of course, this included the Raven tribe. During this time, Zi-Chen would ask everyone to use the level 2 barbarian arts he taught them, because in the previous battle, everyone was easily panicked. After panicking, they would instinctively use the barbarian arts they had practiced for more than 10 years. This was a habit that was difficult to change within a short period of time. That was why Zi-Chen had been strict in his supervision and deliberately made requests. Under Zi-Chen's deliberate requests, everyone's berserker arts improved while they hunted. Zi-Chen discovered that the barbarians who had not made much progress in the past few days had made great progress in fighting against the savage beasts. Therefore, Zi-Chen took back his original words and made a new rule. According to the rules, one could fight against a level 2 savage beast, but it had to be a one-on-one battle. In the first 2 days, they were still not used to it and were constantly on the receiving end. However, as time passed, they slowly adapted to it. In the beginning, they were unable to defeat the enemy and were being oppressed. Gradually, they were able to parry the enemy's attacks and were evenly matched. In the end, they were able to counterattack. In fact, half a month later, some of them were even able to kill those of the same level. During this period of time, the one who improved the fastest was Wu La, who had snatched Zi-Chen's spirit ring, was unexpectedly a little genius in battle. This time, they went out to hunt for savage beasts for half a month. It was the longest time they had ever gone out. Every night, Zi-Chen would protect everyone. During the night, Zi-Chen would also take out some ancient beast meat to share with everyone. After a period of time, some of the barbarians realized that their strength had increased. Although there were no signs of a breakthrough, it would not take long for them to do so. After half a month of getting along, everyone had completely accepted the idea that Zi-Chen was the only leader in the Raven tribe. Towards Zi-Chen, they admired him even more. They worshipped him and saw him as their idol. Leader Zi-Chen, we have been out for half a month. The tribe should be running out of food soon. Let's go back. Wu Man suggested. All right then. Zi-Chen nodded. He originally wanted to let everyone continue to train here for half a month. When the power of the level 2 berserker arts reached 100%, they would go back. However, he forgot that the Raven tribe was running out of food. All right, everyone, let's go back. Zi-Chen said to the barbarians in the distance. When the barbarians heard that they could go back, their faces were filled with joy. Then they all gathered around Zi-Chen. The happy crowd did not notice that Zi-Chen was suddenly startled. In the end, there was a faint smile on his face. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the ground started to shake. Then there was a series of urgent roars. The forest was filled with the rustling sounds of savage beasts running at full speed against the branches and leaves. There are savage beasts, and there are quite a few of them. The barbarians' faces changed at first. Then they all started to laugh. Their fighting spirit rose up around them. They had only been here for half a month, but every barbarian had undergone tremendous changes. Their fighting power had also increased by more than one-fold. Soon, the urgent roars came closer. A group of savage beasts appeared. This was a pack of savage wolves. There were as many as 20 of them. If it was before, they would have been scared and retreated. However, after half a month of training, they were all filled with confidence. They howled and charged towards the pack of savage wolves. At this moment, all the barbarians wanted to show off their powerful fighting power. They did not notice the fear on the faces of the savage wolves. It was obvious that they were running away, not hunting them. Chief Zichen. Wu Man noticed and turned to look at Zichen. His face was filled with worry. It's fine. It's just a level 4 savage beast. Zichen waved his hand and said nonchalantly, What, a level 4 savage beast? Wu Man's eyes widened when he heard this. The 3 level 3 warriors who did not make a move also looked at Zichen in shock. They did not have the ability to fight a level 4 savage beast. Wu Man did, but he did not have a level 4 berserker art. He was definitely not a match for a level 4 savage beast. Sure enough, just as the barbarians blocked the pack of savage wolves, a trembling sound came from afar. Then a huge creature appeared. It was a black bear that was over 5 meters tall. The black fur on its body was like steel needles. It walked upright, and every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Damn it, it's a savage bear that is known for its strength. This kind of guy is a terrifying existence, even among level 4 savage beasts. After seeing the savage bear, Wu Man's face changed. The savage bear approached. There were still traces of blood on the fur at the corner of its mouth. It was originally only paying attention to the savage wolves, but when it saw the barbarians, its ferocious eyes fell on them. It then strode forward. The group of barbarians realized that the situation wasn't good. They restrained the barbarian wolf and retreated, leaving the battlefield to the Wu barbarian and Zichen. In their opinion, 2 warriors of the 4th rank and 3 warriors of the 3rd rank should be enough to kill the barbarian bear. The savage bear walked forward step by step, causing the ground to tremble. Wu Man was the first to let out a loud shout. Then he clenched his fist and punched at the savage bear. He was using the level 2 barbarian technique that Zichen had taught him. When it was used to the extreme, it had evolved into a level 3 barbarian technique. After leaping high, Wu Man's powerful punch was aimed at the savage bear's head. The air let out an ear-piercing whistle. This attack contained an extremely powerful force. However, before the strike could land, Wu Man felt his vision darken. It was the barbarian bear's enormous bear paw that was 1 step ahead of him. If this strike landed, even if Wu Man didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Wu Man had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. His fist met the savage bear's paw. Then Wu Man was sent flying by this attack. Just as Wu Man was sent flying, the 3 level 3 warriors arrived. But their combined attack was no match for the savage bear's sweep. With a sweep of the bear's paw, the wind whistled and the 3 were sent flying. Unknowingly, Zichen was already standing in front of the savage bear. Looking at this extremely small fellow, the savage bear snorted. As a level 4 savage beast, although its brain wasn't as bright as other savage beasts, it wasn't completely useless. Previously, those savage beasts that were as tall as it couldn't do anything to it, let alone this savage beast that looked like he hadn't grown up yet. How dare he block its path before he grew up? This made the savage bear extremely dissatisfied. So, in its anger, it decided to stomp this little savage beast to death. The savage bear lifted its foot and stomped. A huge force filled its entire body. The force of this stomp was almost enough to trample a small mountain. But when its foot landed on the little savage beast, it couldn't move. No matter how hard it tried, its foot was blocked by a huge force. Humph, a level 4 savage beast is only SOO. Zichen coldly snorted. He immediately used his strength and pushed the savage bear back. The savage bear staggered back. Its huge body almost fell. After retreating 5 or 6 steps, it let out a low roar of anger. It felt that it was humiliated to be forced back by a little savage beast. so it stepped forward again. But this time, it didn't stomp on Zichin. Instead, it stretched out its paw and used its powerful paw to viciously slap Zichin. This powerful attack was naturally more powerful than the previous stomp. At this moment, Zichin swung his fist. His fist emitted a faint golden light. It was as if there was a substantial force wrapped around his fist. A powerful force spread out from his fist. The manifestation of power. This is a level 4 barbarian technique. Seeing the substantial golden light on Zichen's fist, Wu Man in the distance was shocked. There was also deep shock in his eyes, and the other barbarians were obviously shocked as well. The bear's paw collided with the fist, causing an explosion. The entire ground trembled because of this explosion. After that, everyone shockingly discovered that leader Zichin didn't even take a single step back from the opponent's attack. Instead, the huge barbarian bear was forcefully pushed back by this attack. This time, after being pushed back over 10 steps, the barbarian bear fell to the ground with a bang. Using strength against strength, the savage bear, which was famous for its strength, was forced back. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Zichin as if they were looking at a monster. The savage bear that was forced back quickly got up. It let out an angry roar and once again charged at Zichin. But this time, after clashing with Zichin, it retreated even more thoroughly. After that, the savage bear was suppressed endlessly. Zichin beat the savage bear until it didn't have any temper. Previously, the savage bear wasn't a match for Zichin, but as they continued to clash, the strength that Zichin displayed became even more powerful. He suppressed the savage bear. Then Zichin punched again. But this time, the golden light around his body became even more dazzling. The light from his fist was so dazzling that it looked like a lump of gold. The level 3 barbarian technique was forcefully transformed into a level 4 barbarian technique by Zichin. A powerful force surged out. Zichin leapt high into the air and struck the savage bear's chest. Pooh! Chapter 780. Without elemental energy or spiritual sense, a hole in the heart was fatal. The barbarian bear lost all signs of life and its huge body fell backwards. The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. A level 4 barbarian beast was easily killed by Zichin. While everyone was still in shock, Wu Man rushed towards the barbarian bear with a gourd in his hand. He opened the gourd and began to collect the blood dripping from the barbarian bear's heart. After the other barbarians recovered from their shock, they continued to fight the level 2 barbarian wolves until all of them were killed. After that, these barbarians carried the barbarian wolves back to the tribe. As for Zichin's suggestion to collect the blood, they did not accept it. Chief Zichin, for so many years, we have always carried our spoils back. If we don't carry them, we feel like we are missing something. Wu Man explained. He was also carrying the barbarian bear that Zichin had killed. With the strength of a level 4 warrior, it was not difficult for Wu Man to carry the barbarian bear that weighed a few thousand pounds. Although they had stayed here for half a month, they did not go in a straight line. Instead, they wandered around nearby. Before long, they returned to the Raven tribe. From far away, Zichin could hear the cries of surprise coming from the Raven tribe. Then many Raven tribe warriors rushed over. Among them, there were many Raven women. Una was the leader. Seeing that other than Zichin, everyone was carrying a barbarian beast on their shoulders. The Ravens were overjoyed. It was clear that this was a great harvest. After helping the returning warriors get their spoils, the barbarians escorted Zichin and the others back to the Raven tribe. The barbarians were not stingy with their praise. They praised the group for killing so many barbarian beasts this time. While the group of barbarians were feeling proud of themselves, they were also constantly bragging, saying that this was nothing. There were even more that they had yet to take out. When they arrived at the Raven tribe's large open space, the barbarians gathered. There were more than 200 of them. What surprised Zichen was that the barbarians here were all young barbarians or barbarian children. There were no old barbarians. There were more than 20 corpses of savage beasts in front of the open space. These were the spoils of war and would be everyone's food in the future. However, at this moment, all the barbarians were looking at Zichen with anticipation in their eyes. They heard from the other barbarians that they were waiting for Zichen to perform a magic trick for them. Zichen didn't bother asking why there wasn't an old man here. Instead, he waved his hand, and massive savage beasts appeared out of thin air. There were more than 20 savage beasts on the ground, but soon there were more than 20 savage beasts in front of them. Among them, there was no lack of level 2 and level 3 savage beasts, and the number was still increasing until there were more than 50 of them. There were more than 50 savage beasts, and each of them was several meters in size. It was enough to feed the barbarians for 2 months. To the barbarians, food was everything. Seeing so much food, the barbarians hugged each other and cried out in surprise. They were extremely excited. Zichen retreated more than 10 meters without leaving a trace. Then he pointed at the corpses of the savage beasts on the ground and said, "All right, let's clean it up quickly." The barbarians immediately moved. They took out extremely sharp stone tools and began to cut the corpses of the savage beasts. Although the stone tools were sharp, they weren't real sharp weapons. They also weren't the stone swords that Zhang Haoyan used. Their cutting speed wasn't fast. If this continued, even if all 200 barbarians moved, it would still take a long time to finish cutting the corpses. Zichen looked at Wu Man. Then he found a pill weapon in his spirit ring. This was a pill weapon from the Dan Yuan spirit ring that had been poisoned to death when they first entered the trial. Zichen handed the pill weapon to Wu Man. Wu Man received the pill weapon with a stunned expression. The others also, curiously, looked at the pill weapon in Wu Man's hand. "I'll give it to you. Go help." "Hurry up," said Zichen. Wu Man's face immediately lit up with ecstasy. He tightened his grip on the pill weapon and then joined the ranks of the barbarians. The other barbarians' eyes were clearly filled with envy. "After you're done with these savage beasts, don't carelessly place those medicinal herbs. Call me when you're done." Zichen turned around and said. Wu Man nodded, indicating that he understood. Zichen returned to his residence. While the others were busy, he naturally wouldn't stay idle. With a wave of his hand, dozens of medicinal herbs appeared in front of him. These were all harvested half a month ago. Zichen needed to find some suitable ones from these medicinal herbs. After that, Zichen tasted the herbs one by one. As he tasted them one by one, Zichen discovered that although these herbs weren't spirit herbs, some of their effects weren't any weaker than spirit herbs. Moreover, there were many effects that spirit herbs didn't have. Among them, there were many herbs that could increase one's strength or heal injuries, just like the barbarian world. The herbs produced here were extremely suitable for this world. They were also very suitable for the barbarians. Moreover, after Zichen arrived, he discovered that the growth of his physique in the barbarian world was clearly much faster than in the outside world. In the outside world, eating barbecued meat and drinking meat soup could increase one's strength. For the current Zichen, it was simply nonsense. However, in the ancient beast world, Zichen, who was clearly hungry, could also clearly feel that his perfect body was changing. This kind of change far exceeded the outside world. Moreover, Zichen discovered that his perfect body seemed to be extremely suitable for growing in this world. From beginning to end, Zichen tasted dozens of medicinal herbs. Then he categorized the effects of these medicinal herbs. Using his knowledge of alchemy, he prepared a medicinal diet that could truly increase one's strength for everyone. In addition, Zichen also managed to scrape together a set of medicinal herbs that could treat external injuries. By the time he finished all this, half a day had already passed. At this time, Wu Man just happened to call Zichen and tell him that everything was done. Zichen went out and walked to the square. Then he saw a lot of meat that had been killed and processed. After that, Zichen took out the medicinal herbs and had the barbarians carefully identify them and remember the quantity. In the future, they would add this kind of thing to their food. That night, after adding the medicinal herbs that Zichen had prepared, the extremely unpleasant and bitter smell of the medicinal herbs finally disappeared. Whether it was the quality or the effect of the food, it was clearly improved by a large margin. When the barbarians returned from hunting wild beasts, it was time for them to relax completely. That night, various sounds of indulgence could be heard coming from every room. During this period of time, everyone naturally arranged for Una, the best girl, to be with Zichen. However, Zichen rejected all of them. At night, while the barbarians were working hard, Zichen was not idle either. He was refining the ancient beast's blood essence to increase his strength. The increase in strength that was not obvious in the outside world was extremely obvious here. Zichen guessed that this was because of the laws of this world. This was a great place to increase one's physical strength. Zichen was not in a hurry to leave. After all, the ancient road was long, and he could not estimate how long it would take. The long night finally passed. Early in the morning, Zichen got out of bed and walked towards the square. He was preparing to gather the 5 third-level warriors and Wu Man to teach them the 3rd-level barbarian technique. Unexpectedly, only 2 of them came. As for the 3 barbarians and Wu Man, they were still resting because they were too tired from the previous night. Zichen waved his hand and said that he would talk about it tomorrow. It must be mentioned that not only did Zichen change the medicinal herbs in the food, he also changed the food of the barbarians. The barbarians below the 2nd level ate 2nd level beasts. The 2nd level warriors ate 3rd level beasts. As for the 3rd level warriors, they ate 4th level beasts. Of course, Zichen and Wu Man also ate 4th level beasts. Zichen's original intention was for him and Wu Man to eat 5th level beasts. Unfortunately, they did not manage to hunt one last time and could only give up. Zichen originally planned to teach the 6 barbarians the 3rd level barbarian technique the next day. However, he knew that the Raven tribe had a rule of 3 days of indulgence. In other words, if they came back from hunting beasts, they could indulge for 3 days without doing anything. With regards to this rule, it was not good for Zichen to change it. On the 2nd night, when various kinds of unrestrained voices once again resounded through the small tribe, Zichen left the tribe and once again stepped onto the barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. The barbaric Dragon Mountain Range was dozens of miles away from the tribe. For Zichen, who had some Yuan power, it was too close. Without much effort, Zichen arrived at the barbaric Dragon Mountain Range. After that, Zichen found a direction and entered the depths of the mountain range in a straight line. On the way, Zichen did not suppress his presence at all. As long as he encountered a 3rd level beast, he would immediately kill it. As for 2nd level beasts, Zichen naturally ignored them. After about 2 hours, Zichen killed 3 3rd level beasts. His harvest was quite good, but Zichen was very dissatisfied with it. He continued to travel in a straight line for another 2 hours. During this time, he had traveled more than 100 miles. Then, in the dark barbaric Dragon Mountain Range, there was a ball of dazzling fire. This fire became brighter and brighter, and the flames spewed out dozens of meters high. The nearby beasts naturally noticed the fire and flew towards it. Zichen stood beside the bonfire and released his spiritual thoughts. Gradually, within the range of his spiritual thoughts, savage beasts appeared one after another. First, there were 3rd level beasts. The number of 4th level beasts increased. Soon, there were 5 4th level beasts. Only 4th level beasts. Zichen was extremely dissatisfied. However, at this moment, a powerful presence appeared in Zichen's spiritual thoughts. A 5th level savage beast finally appeared. It was a black shadow, but with his powerful spiritual thoughts, Zichen could tell that this black shadow was a black panther. After seeing this huge black panther with his spiritual thoughts, Zichen calculated its weight and how long he and Wu Man could eat. After a rough calculation, if the two of them ate 60 pounds a day, then this fifth-level black panther could eat for at least a month. This black panther's weight was estimated to be more than 2,000 pounds. The black panther's speed was very fast, but when it approached the fire, it was extremely careful. Zichen snorted and ignored the black panther. Instead, he went to hunt the fourth-level savage beasts. The dragon soul spear appeared in Zichen's hand. The dragon soul within the dragon soul spear had not awakened yet, but its sharpness was still there. Zichen held the dragon soul spear tightly and rushed towards a fourth-level savage beast. Then he struck with lightning speed. In an instant, the fourth-level savage beast's forehead was pierced by the dragon soul spear. With one strike, the fourth-level savage beast died. Chapter 781. In this pitch-black night, the powerful savage beasts that were supposed to be the hunters had become the prey. Zichen was like a ghost in the night, and also like an Azura, raising his sharp butcher's knife towards the savage beasts. Puff, puff, puff. Savage beasts died one by one, no matter if it was a level 3 or level 4 savage beast. Zichen would not use a second strike on them. All of the savage beasts suffered a fatal blow in between their eyebrows. The sharp dragon soul spear pierced through it as easily as cutting tofu. During the massacre, the level 5 black panther slowly and carefully approached Zichen. In the pitch-black night, its vision was as bright as day, and it could see everything that was happening in front of it. It saw the scene of the other savage beasts being killed in one strike. Although it was a little surprised, it was not afraid because it could do the same thing and even better. If it wanted to, as a level 5 savage beast, it could kill all of the savage beasts here. It was the king of savage beasts, the king of the night. Other than level 6 savage beasts, it was at the peak of the same level. It was trying to get closer to the barbarian. Every step it took was extremely careful, and there was no sound at all. Naturally, it did not believe that the barbarian would be able to detect it. Savage beasts died one by one in the hands of the barbarian, but the Black Panther remained calm and focused, quietly waiting for the opportunity to kill the barbarian in one strike. It was very patient, and it had been waiting for a long time. Finally, the opportunity came. After killing all of the savage beasts, the barbarian let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he had killed all of the savage beasts. Just when he let down his guard, the Black Panther suddenly attacked. Its body flashed, and like a black lightning, it rushed towards the barbarian at an extremely fast speed. During this time, it did not make any noise, nor did it make any whistling sound, nor did it make any sound. There was not even a slight gust of wind. The Black Panther did not make any noise as it pounced towards the barbarian. Just when it felt that it could bite the barbarian to death in the next moment, it realized that the barbarian's body had actually left the ground. The Black Panther knew that the barbarian had discovered it. It was a little surprised by the barbarian's reaction. But so what if the barbarian had jumped? It could also jump, and when it jumped, it could jump again without any support. Sure enough, the Black Panther leaped into the air again. But this time, it still didn't touch the barbarian. The indifferent Black Panther widened its eyes in the next moment. If it was a berserker and could speak, it would definitely cry out in surprise or roar. It was because it saw an inconceivable scene. The barbarian in front of it didn't jump, but instead flew like a bird. No, it was the kind of flight that was even more terrifying than a bird, because the barbarian didn't have wings. The barbarian flew to the top of its head, and when it was about to land, he launched an attack. The weapon that he had used to kill the other savage beasts was also aimed at its glabella, and the barbarian stabbed down viciously. The Black Panther wanted to scream in fear, but before it could, it felt a huge force coming from between its eyebrows. The Black Panther felt its vision turn black, and all its strength disappeared. Bang! A loud sound rang out in the dark night. The level 5 savage beast was pierced through between its eyebrows before it could even let out a scream. It died an unnatural death. Zi-Chin landed on the ground with a pale face. The attack just now wasn't just physical strength, but also elemental energy and spiritual sense. The next morning, when it was time for lunch, Una went to deliver some food to Zi-Chin only to find that Zi-Chin had disappeared. Zi-Chin had become the backbone of the Raven tribe. Zi-Chin's sudden disappearance was a big deal. In an instant, those barbarians who were resting due to excessive indulgence all got up from their beds and joined the search for Zi-Chin. The barbarians were extremely anxious. They searched all the rooms but couldn't find Zi-Chin. After that, they went around the tribe to search, but still couldn't find him. How could he disappear? How could a person disappear in the middle of the night? Everyone's face was filled with anxiety. Zi-Chin's disappearance was equivalent to the loss of their backbone. As time passed, the barbarians began to panic. They just had a feeling of happiness and satisfaction, and they didn't want this feeling to be broken. Moreover, Zi-Chin had only been here for less than a month, but his strength had doubled. The hope of the Raven tribe rested on Zi-Chin's shoulders. Could it be that the Black tribe did it? They took advantage of the night to kidnap leader Zi-Chin. An anxious barbarian made a wild guess. The Black tribe only has 2 level 4 warriors. How could they kidnap leader Zi-Chin without anyone noticing? Moreover, leader Zi-Chin is very strong. It's hard to say if the 2 of them can fight against each other. Immediately, a barbarian refuted. After searching for a whole day, the barbarians were frustrated and panicked. They couldn't see anything in the dark, so they turned back and prepared to search again the next day. Tonight was supposed to be the last day of the 3 days of indulgence, but the entire tribe was extremely quiet. Zi-Chin's disappearance had made the barbarians panic and upset. They no longer had any interest in doing anything. This night, they had endured a longer night than Zi-Chin had expected. This night was too long. It was so long that all the barbarians tossed and turned in bed. They couldn't sleep. When the sky finally brightened, all the barbarians got up from their beds and left their rooms to look for Zi-Chin. However, they found that Zi-Chin was already standing in the square. Leader Zi-Chin, you're back. Leader Zi-Chin, where have you been? A group of more than 200 barbarians appeared and surrounded him. Many of them had red eyes. It was obvious that they didn't sleep well last night. Seeing everyone appear, Zi-Chin was a little startled. He asked, "Why are you all up? Don't you need to sleep?" "Leader Zi-Chin, we don't know where you are. We didn't sleep last night. We were looking forward to finding you at dawn." Wu Man's eyes were also red. He didn't sleep last night, and it was the same during the day. He had overexerted himself the night before and hadn't slept for 2 days. The others were also concerned about where Zi-Chin had gone. Their faces were filled with worry. Seeing everyone's expression, Zi-Chin also understood. He quickly apologized. Sorry. I went to the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range alone the night before. I wanted to hunt some savage beasts. It was dark and everyone was resting, so I didn't tell you." "Leader Zi-Chin, you went to the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range?" Everyone was surprised. Zi-Chin's safe return put everyone at ease. When they saw Zi-Chin again, they slowly relaxed and regained their confidence. "Yes, I had a good harvest." Zi-Chin gestured for everyone to disperse and then took out the spoils of war. Rays of light flashed as the corpses of savage beasts appeared one after another. In 1 day and 2 nights, Zi-Chin had killed more than 30 savage beasts. Among them, there were 15 level 3 savage beasts, 2 level 5 savage beasts, and 15 level 4 savage beasts. Seeing so many savage beasts, the group of barbarians was stunned. However, after Zi-Chin's introduction, The group of barbarians showed signs of being petrified. There were actually 15 level 4 savage beasts and 2 level 5 savage beasts. This was too inconceivable. You guys handle the things, but you have to divide them. The level 4 savage beasts are for the level 3 warriors. The level 5 ones are for me and Wu Man. And the level 3 ones are for the level 2 warriors. When taking out the corpses, Ziqin also divided them. After explaining, Ziqin said, "Okay, you guys do it. I'm going to sleep." After careful calculation, Ziqin had not slept well for 3 days and 3 nights. He was already exhausted. Everyone was still petrified. Even after Ziqin left, they did not react. Wu Man, on the other hand, reacted quickly. He said to Una, "Una, hurry up and get some food for leader Ziqin. He must be hungry." Una reacted and quickly went to get some food. Only then did the others react. Their eyes were fixed on the savage beasts on the ground. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Normally, they would only hunt level 3 savage beasts. Moreover, they would not kill many of them at once. However, there were level 4 and level 5 savage beasts before them. Moreover, there was more than one of them. At this moment, they felt as if they were in a dream. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and do it. Wu Man was the first to return to pick up his long blade and began to dissect the level 5 savage beasts. After eating some simple food, Ziqin fell asleep. Now that he had become immortal, rest was extremely necessary. Moreover, after entering the barbarian Dragon Mountain range, Ziqin had consumed quite a bit of energy. In addition to his physical strength, the consumption of yuan power and spiritual thoughts could not be ignored. Level 5 savage beasts were not to be underestimated. At night, by relying on the Dragon Soul Spear, yuan power, and spiritual thoughts, Ziqin could easily kill them with one strike. However, when he encountered level 5 savage beasts during the day, when Ziqin used his physical strength, he discovered that the level 5 savage beasts were extremely powerful. In order to kill them, Ziqin had to expend a lot of effort. In the end, he had no choice but to use the Dragon Soul Spear. He also had a clear understanding of the realm of his physical body. He was a level 4 warrior. Moreover, he had just stepped into that realm. Ziqin slept for an entire day. He only woke up when it was dark. After eating again, Ziqin sat cross-legged on the bed and continued to practice his battle skills. When one's physical strength was not strong, one had to start from the barbarian arts if they wanted to increase their combat strength. After learning the magical effects of the barbarian arts, Ziqin was even more curious about the so-called beast god statue. The sky was bright. After practicing the barbarian arts for an entire night, Ziqin got up. After washing up, he walked towards the square. There, Wu Man and the other 5 level 3 warriors had already arrived. They knew that Ziqin was going to teach them battle skills. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Ziqin walked to the square, looked at the 5 people and said, "Before I teach you the level 3 barbarian arts, you have to use at least 90% of the level 2 barbarian arts. This way, when you practice the level 3 barbarian arts, it will be twice the effort for half the result." The 6 people nodded repeatedly. Then Ziqin stood in front of the 6 people and used an extremely slow speed to practice the level 3 barbarian arts for them. Chapter 782. The 3rd level barbarian art was slightly more complicated. Ziqin demonstrated it to the 6 people 3 times in slow motion until the 6 of them nodded, indicating that they had memorized every single detail. All right, now I'll show you the strongest state of this barbarian art. Just as he finished speaking, the aura around Ziqin's body immediately changed. The power within his body began to surge, and a golden light filled his body. The light of a fist appeared on Ziqin's fist. He didn't need to deliberately throw this punch. Everyone could feel the great power contained in this punch. Moreover, this punch was definitely a 4th level barbarian art. Among the 6 people, the most excited was naturally Wu Man ever since his father disappeared. A 4th level barbarian art had finally appeared in the Raven tribe. Moreover, it was a 4th level barbarian art that a 3rd level warrior could use. Once all 6 of them mastered it, their combat power would increase by several folds. The next time they encountered a 4th level barbarian beast, they would be able to kill it. Remember these details. But before that, you need to practice the 2nd level barbarian art to 90% completion. Of course, the peak would be the best. Once you have the feeling of reaching the peak, you will be able to master the 3rd level barbarian art faster. After demonstrating it 4 times, Zichen turned and left. Next, it was time for the 6 people to practice on their own. Besides the 6 of them, the other barbarians also appeared and began to practice the 2nd level barbarian art. Zichen returned to his room and continued to practice the barbarian art to increase his strength. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Zichen finally made a breakthrough in his study of the barbarian art. Moreover, he also made great progress in increasing his strength. Among the Raven tribe, Wu Man had also practiced the 2nd level barbarian art to its peak and began practicing the 3rd level barbarian art. His progress was very fast. In addition, the 3 3rd level warriors had also made great progress. They had already practiced 90% of the power of the 2nd level barbarian art. The other one who had practiced 90% of the barbarian art was Wu La. As a 2nd level warrior, Una had also practiced 80% of the barbarian art. Her progress was very fast. In normal battles, there were very few 2nd level warriors who could suppress Una. Half a month later, Zichen appeared and found Wu Man to ask about the Black Tribe. Chief Zichen, are we going to compete for the ownership of the barbarian god statue? Wu Man's eyes lit up. Tell me about the Black Clan first. How many experts do they have? Zichen asked. Their clan only has 2 4th-rank warriors. If the 2 of us go, we will definitely be able to suppress them. Wu Man appeared very confident. 2 4th-rank warriors. When did this happen? Will there be any breakthroughs in the near future? Zichen asked. That was more than a decade ago. Wu Man told Zichen about what had happened more than 10 years ago. At that time, they were out hunting when the Black Tribe suddenly attacked. They killed the ravens who resisted and robbed the elderly and children. Only a small number of them managed to escape. At that time, one of the Raven tribe's 4th-rank warriors went to reason with them, but he was seriously injured and came back. When he came back, he told them that the Black Tribe had 2 4th-rank warriors. Not long after, the Raven tribe's 4th-rank warrior died from his injuries. After a long period of hardship, Wu Man broke through and became a 4th-rank warrior. He barely managed to maintain the entire Raven tribe. At that time, the Raven tribe had more than 1,000 people, but after Wu Man's father and other experts died, the number of ravens fell sharply. Moreover, when they went out to hunt savage beasts, they almost always died. So after so many years, the Raven tribe's population declined. Speaking of the Black Tribe, Wu Man's face was full of hatred, but Zichen was speechless. 10 years ago, there were 2 4th-rank warriors, but that did not mean there would be 2 more 10 years later. The Raven tribe, which had no resources, could produce a 4th-rank warrior. The Black Tribe, which had a lot of resources, was at least 10 times more than the Raven tribe. Zichen conservatively estimated that the current Black Tribe had more than 10 4th-rank warriors. Moreover, there might even be a 5th-rank warrior. Zichen did not tell Wu Man about his worries. Even if the Black Tribe had 2 5th-rank warriors, Zichen still wanted to see the barbarian god statue. After a moment of silence, he told Wu Man to prepare and leave in 3 days. Wu Man left excitedly. After a moment, the entire Raven tribe burst into cheers. Since Wu Man's father disappeared, they had not fought for the barbarian god statue for many years. During these 3 days, Zichen used his spiritual thoughts to practice the barbarian techniques day and night until he reached the true limit. 3 days later, the two left the Raven tribe under the escort of a group of barbarians. The barbarian god statue was 100 miles away from here, and the Black tribe was more than 100 miles away. The Raven tribe was able to survive because, on one hand, their numbers were too small. The Black tribe did not bother to come again. On the other hand, the distance between the two sides was far enough that the Black tribe could not steal anything. Along the way, Wu Man did not stop talking about the Black tribe. His words were full of hatred for the Black tribe. According to Wu Man, the barbarian god statue was open to all barbarians. As long as they reached a certain level, they could study the statue. Because of the difference in level, they could also study different barbarian techniques. However, since the emergence of the tribes, the large tribes had taken the barbarian god statue as their own and did not allow other tribes to study it. With Wu Man's speed, he could travel 100 miles in half a day. When they were about 10 miles away from the barbarian god statue, Wu Man asked to stop and eat to ensure that he had enough strength. There must be people from the Black tribe guarding that place. Once we get there, they will fight, so we must ensure that we have enough strength. Wu Man said as he ate a piece of dried meat. Seeing Wu Man's serious expression, Zichen, who did not consume much strength, could only take out a piece of dried meat to eat. When we get there, I must let them see the power of my long blade. Wu Man ate as he waved the long blade Zichen gave him. After eating, the two continued forward and soon arrived at their destination. From afar, Zichen could see the statue of the barbarian god. It was an extremely tall barbarian, at least dozens of meters tall. It was built on top of a high platform, and it was emitting an oppressive aura. Zichen could feel it even from afar. In Zichen's view, the high platform under the barbarian god statue was like an altar, and the barbarian god was enshrined on the altar. As they approached, Zichen saw the figures of barbarians sitting cross-legged on the altar under the barbarian god statue. There were 6 of them, comprehending the barbarian techniques of the barbarian race. There were 3 tall barbarians standing outside the altar. These 3 barbarians should be the guards of the Black clan. The arrival of Zichen and Wu Man attracted the attention of the 3 barbarians. When the 3 barbarians turned their heads and saw the 2, their faces instantly turned cold. Before Zichen and Wu Man could reach the barbarian god statue, a barbarian from the Black tribe shouted, "This is the territory of the Black tribe. Stop immediately." "What territory of the Black tribe?" "This is the place where the barbarian god statue is. It belongs to all barbarians." Wu Man retorted loudly. The long blade in his hand flashed with a cold light, but he did not stop. "Which tribe are you from? Do you want to die? How dare you come here to cause trouble?" A 4th rank barbarian from the Black tribe shouted. His unrestrained voice startled the barbarians on the altar who were comprehending the barbarian techniques. The 6 barbarians opened their eyes and looked curiously at the approaching Zichen and Wu Man. "We are from the Raven tribe. Today we are here to comprehend the barbarian god statue." Wu Man, who was holding the long blade, was extremely unyielding, even though he could see that the 3 barbarians were all 4th rank warriors. "The Raven tribe. A mere Raven tribe dares to challenge us here. Do you want to die?" The 3 barbarians from the Black tribe began to approach the 2, their faces full of disdain. However, when their eyes fell on Zichen, there was a touch of surprise on their faces. Obviously, Zichen's body shape was very similar to a barbarian's. He looked very much like the legendary outsider. Among the 3, an older barbarian's eyes flashed with a strange light. He said, "What a good Raven tribe. I didn't expect to find an outsider. This should be the source of your confidence." The words outsider successfully attracted the attention of the crowd. They looked at Zi-Chun with curiosity. It had been a long time since an outsider had appeared in the barbarian world. The three barbarians blocked the two barbarians. The two sides were 100 meters apart. Wu Man was completely ignored. The three barbarians looked at Zi-Chun with curiosity and fear on their faces. After all, according to the legends, the outsiders were extremely powerful. Wu Man held the long blade in his hand and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Old rules. Whoever wins gets the barbarian god statue." The three barbarians looked at the long blade in Wu Man's hand for a moment before looking at Zi-Chun again. The older barbarian said, "Outsider, what's so good about joining a mere raven tribe? Why don't you join our black tribe? If you want to study the barbarian god statue, you can do so at any time." This was obviously a robbery. Wu Man's face was filled with anger. Zi-Chun had a faint smile on his face. He said, "Well, it just so happens that I don't want to fight and kill." While they were talking, Zi-Chun led Wu Man forward. It seemed that they were going to study the barbarian god statue. "Stop. I mean, you can only study it if you join our black tribe." The barbarian's voice was much colder. Zi-Chun slowly stopped and said, "I really don't want to fight and I don't want to hurt you. How about this? Let's share the barbarian god statue." "Share." A sneer came from the other side. "Outsider, why don't you take a look at your status? You're just a mere raven. What right do you have to share the barbarian god statue with our black tribe? You're not worthy. I'll say it again. Join us, or we'll kill you together today." Seeing the killing intent in the three's eyes, Zi-Chun knew that it was useless to say more. So he strode forward. Wu Man followed beside Zi-Chun. The 6 members of the Black Clan who were on top of the altar saw that the situation was not good. They quickly flew down the altar. There was an invisible barrier on the altar. Zi-Chun couldn't use his spiritual thoughts to detect the strength of the 6 Black Tribe members. So, just as they were about to help, Zi-Chun suddenly accelerated. He rushed toward the 3 Black Tribe members like a bolt of golden lightning. You're tuning in to the Thunderous YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.